Um, I have something else to add to that, but later. But my first, I guess, maybe psychoactive drug I tried was marijuana. Living in Washington State, weed stores are all around. I've never done any drug in my life. So as soon as I left the military, the first thing I did, I went to the weed store. I got some weed. Um, um, so that was my introduction into psychedelic drugs or medicine. Um, then later on, I transitioned. Well, I continued, diving in and researching psychedelics. Then that led me to LSD. Um, so I tried LSD. Um, it was very interesting. With LSD, I experienced a lot of like outside entities. Like I would hear like my own voice, but like telling me things. But it was kind of like it's like an inside voice, but it's just I don't know how to explain it. It would just be comments. It will tell me about the world or why things are. Um, and so I found that that was interesting. Through pharmacy, I had a coworker, and let me backtrack. After I left the military, that's when I actually started my spiritual journey. And so when I started to research medicine, plant medicine, psychedelics, I would always just put out to the universe. I said, if it's for me, it will come to me. And the funny thing is that once I started to learn, research these, I just put out to the universe. I said, you know what, I'm interested in maybe doing mushrooms. I want to try psilocybin. And one of my coworkers one day just came up to me and was like, hey, I got some mushrooms. You want it? And so she gave me a bag of mushrooms with no instruction. She was like, hey, yeah, just take a couple of these, throw them in the blender with some orange juice or whatever, and just have a nice space and just take it, go to sleep or whatever, do whatever. And so I did my own research on that. And at that time, I came home from work. I ate a few. I didn't feel anything. I ate a few more. I don't know. I think I probably ate like maybe 2 grams that night. Not knowing what's going to happen, I showered, I laid in bed, and um, the walls started to melt. The walls started to move, lights started to appear out of nowhere. And at that time in my life, my mother lived with me. And to the previous speaker with the mother trauma, my mother lived with me, and we butt heads a lot. And so during my journey with mushroom, it did a lot of inner work within me. Um, to this day, I'm grateful for my experience with psilocybin. That's my to go. I will that's my thing. It came to the point where I was kind of like the Oprah of psilocybin. I was like, anybody who came to talk to me about anything, I was like, you get some mushrooms, you get some mushrooms, everybody gets mushrooms, because it helped me so much with doing inner work. It really helped me with my connection with my mother. Um, to this day, I still do microdosing. Um, what else? The thing about ayahuasca. So, um, I I've always been interested in it. I have not done it, like I said before. The closest that I've gotten close to doing it was one day I took a trip to Peru, and my intention was to try ayahuasca. I don't know why I have the fear behind it. For some reason, I feel like I'm not prepared. That's the reason why I have not done it, even though I feel like this medicine is calling me. I do, maybe I'm doing too much research and I'm getting to my head, and I keep saying I'm not ready because I see everyone's, their experience and what not to do, what to do before that. And so I've been kind of hesitant. When I went to Peru, I decided to do a coca leaf ceremony. Um, I did a coca leaf ceremony with the shaman, and at that time I was really in a dark place. Here I am in Peru, I'm on a mountain, um, and it's to the point like I was, hey, what if I jump off this mountain right now? Now I was at that point of my life. And for some reason, I just felt like there was death around me. For some reason, I was like, I'm not going to make it to my 37th birthday because something is dying. I don't know what it is, but I could just feel death. Um, so instead of doing the ayahuasca, I decided to do a coca leaf ceremony with a shaman, and that really helped me. I didn't know anything about coca leaf. I just said, maybe this can help. Maybe this can, because I'm not ready to take that big leap with ayahuasca yet. Um, it really helped. I don't know if anybody knows much about coca leaf. Yeah. And then they eat it constantly. Like they just sit there and chew it all day. Um, so that was very interesting. Let me see here. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Eudora. Yes. Talking about the mother moon. And she lives with me right now. And so we are kind of still button heads. Um, at one point, she was interested in doing mushrooms. She suffered about 8 strokes in her life. And so she lives with me now because it's just not safe for her to live by herself anymore. I kind of struggle with her daily. I think because of her upbringing and her own mother trauma that she never healed. Um, yeah. So I feel like I have to be the generational breaker, the generational trauma breaker. But it's tough. And so I'll definitely reach out to you. Um, what was I saying? Um, oh, back to my ayahuasca. I'm not sure if you know, if anybody's heard this or seen this. There's a guy on TikTok, I forget his name, but he goes around and he says, "Oh, this is an illusion." He talks about how everything is like, frequency and numbers are always everywhere. This is an illusion. And so he introduced me to what's something called a gematria calendar. Um, no, a gematria calculator. So it's basically numbers that kind of correlate to the like letters that correlate to Jewish numerology. And so um, I decided to type my full name into this calendar. And the first thing that pops up is ayahuasca, which is it just blew my mind. So that's why I feel like this plant medicine, I don't know, it's still calling me, but I'm just afraid to take that leap. I don't know why. Um, yeah, I can share a link here. Let me see. I think all you have to do is Google Gematria calculator. Let me see.
I wouldn't even know how to spell Jamatra.
Yeah, let me go ahead and type it on here. Gematria calculator. I think you spelled it right. So I typed in my full name, my full birth name, and the first thing pops up is ayahuasca. And with this calculator, it kind of from reading it and looking at it, it correlates to a lot of things that are happening in my life or what I've experienced before, which is it's cool to see. Yeah. Let me see. No, I don't think he's associated with anything. Jonah, I think maybe his name is Jonah. I haven't bought anything off of him or I just listen to his TikTok rants and when he goes and finds for, you know repeating frequencies, and he just shares information. Okay. So that's my extent with plant medicine. Um, but what I like to see, what I like to as an herbalist, I think that and within the Black community, even with all these herbs behind me, I still get a lot of questions. What is this? What are they for? What are they used for? So with psychedelics, um, there's a very large disconnect as far as, you know, Black people and psychedelics. Sometimes I'm afraid just to talk to another Black person and tell them, yeah, I've tried mushrooms, I've tried LSD, I've tried ecstasy, because you're kind of scared of being labeled as, a druggie, or they'll say, oh, that's some white people stuff, you know. But I try to educate them and let them know, like, this can help with a lot of things. Um, if you just kind of disassociate with the stigma that's put on psychedelics. Um, oh, Leo saying, tell us about your amazing soaps. Yes. So I'm also an entrepreneur. I have a small business, Sunflower Soul Apothecary here. Um, so I make handmade products using herbs and natural essential oils, plant-based mostly. I had a shop down at Point Reston, a little shop down here, but I decided to close it, so I'm just online for right now. Um, yeah, so that's what I do. And I just try to educate my community as far as herbal medicine, uh, finding alternative ways to heal themselves. I also host class. I teach how to make soap. I teach herbal classes. I teach how to make tinctures, um, and how to use herbal medicine safely. Let's see. I do pop-ups. Yes, I do pop-ups in Washington. Um, Let me see. I'll type in this is my IG. Okay, let's see here. What are your thoughts on Black people in herbal medicine? Um, I think it's a mix. I get customers, Black customers who come in and said, "Oh, this is what I'm looking for," because they're so used to seeing it on TikTok. Everybody knows about Dr. Sebi. And so the first thing I always get is, "Oh, sea moss, ashwagandha." They look for those that's Dr. Sebi always talks about. And then I get the other half who don't know what this is, how to use it, what to do with it. Um, oh, okay. So it's I get both two different types of clients, I guess, or with the Black customers. Some of them know what to do with it, some of them don't. Um, yeah, let's see. Trying to look at some questions here. And I'm sorry if I'm a little all over the place. I'm a little nervous. Um, Trying to just gather my thoughts here. I have a lot of people. The owl in the creek side said, hmm, I'm not sure what that is. Let's see. Have I seen other Black people benefit from mushrooms? Actually, I have not. Honestly, I don't know any other Black person that I know that is into mushrooms. I have tried to refer friends. Some of them say, they're interested, and then I give them my connect, or I say, you can find this here, and I never hear from them again. Um, so yeah. Can you talk about why herbal is better? Um, Herbal medicine. For me, being kind of experienced in the pharmaceutical industry, um, because a lot of the pharmaceutical stuff comes from herbals. The Western medicine just found a way to extract the properties of an herb and give it to you in a pill form. But what they don't understand is that these herbs also have a spirit to them. And so even though you're getting the chemical of the herb, you're not getting the whole spiritual, um, the whole thing of the plant when you're doing with that you would with herbal medicine. Herbal medicine to me also gives the chance to for people to one heal themselves because your body could do that naturally if you just give it the right ingredients. Your body can heal itself. Um, for me, I'll share a very personal story, if you don't mind. Um, Recently, I just experienced a miscarriage. December. This past December, I experienced a miscarriage, and my first one. So going to the ER, going to the doctor, I was in a lot of pain. The doctors, we can't do anything for you unless you're like literally bleeding to death. Um, So I would go in and say, hey, I'm in pain. They said, oh, you know what? Go take some Tylenol, get a heat pack, get a cold pack. That's all we can do for you. So for like maybe a week, I was just bleeding so bad. The pain was unbearable. Um, called my nurses up, called my doctors up, same thing. We can't do anything for you. Take Tylenol, lay down. So I decided to come home. I said, you know what? I don't need y'all. I went home, I pulled out my herbal medicine books, did some research, and I found luckily I had the herbs to help with the cramping, the bleeding. I made me a little tea, and right there, within an hour, everything was gone. I stopped bleeding, I stopped cramping, and I was able to I guess, fully um expel the fetus without any antibiotics, without any like any pain, any side effects. Everything was free and clear. So that's what I say. What's so special about herbal medicine? I was able to just heal myself within a day. So yeah. Um, does anybody have any questions? Any other questions for me or anything to add to that? Anyone have their own experience with using herbal medicine?
First, condolences.
Thank you.
Second, where are you in Washington? Because I want to connect.
I am in Tacoma, Washington, but I can go all the way up to Seattle.
Okay, I'm in the Snohomish area, so I just want to check.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been using. I moved here just about 26 years ago and started working with naturopaths, and I'm so glad to find a Black herbalist because I'm white. I'm from Texas. I was raised by racists, but I disowned my family like decades ago, and
Hmm.
my mama is my best friend's mom. And I'm always talking to her about herbs and what she needs to do to take care of herself because she's always taking care of mama, she's taking care of her brother, she's taking care of her sister, her aunt, she never takes care of herself. So I
Hmm.
really want, now I feel like maybe she'll listen more. But it's not just coming from hippie me. Somebody she relates more to. So thank you for sharing. And I want to know how to put her in touch with you.
Okay, for sure. Um, see, I got a hand raised here. Is that Eric? Did you want to say something? I think you're muted.
I wanted to pass on something that happened in my first ayahuasca ceremony. Uh,
Mhm.
and I went for an ayahuasca weekend nearby. It was in Auburn at the time. It's farther down on the Chehalis River now, and a very excellent a married couple that offer it. Um, I was severely depressed and came out of it with ECT. I was hospitalized, and ECT is electroconvulsive therapy, and it works 80 to 85% of the time. Some people have a side effect of perhaps short-term memory loss, but I had no side effects. It worked beautifully for me. But when I got on the antidepressants, that's what went south for me. So I think antidepressants are, while they may work minimally for some people, the side effects can be devastating. And in my case, it was I no longer was suicidal, but then again, I no longer could feel joy.
Yeah.
I realized that I had to do something when people started asking my sweetheart, "What's the matter with Eric?" And so I decided on an ayahuasca weekend, and I can't say how much to attribute to the ayahuasca, how much to attribute to getting off antidepressants, but I've been well ever since. But I wanted to tell you about what happened at that um, weekend. There were two rookies in the room, two people who had never had ayahuasca before. One was in her mid 50s, and she said, "I want to tell you something," because we'd get together the next morning and talk about what happened to us. And she said, "I want to tell you something that I've told nobody else except my mother. My father impregnated me when I was 16, and I delivered a beautiful boy who died at 6 months. And I have had a hole in my stomach ever since then that gives me great pain. I know the hole is not real, but I can tell you the pain is." And she said, "And today, for the first time in 40 years, I do not have that pain." This to me was one of the most telling testimonies that I've heard in a long time of taking um, psychedelics um, in a thoughtful way.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you for sharing. Mhm. Got some more hands. I'm gonna go Risha.
Hi, I just wanted to make sure I got your contact information, because I live in Seattle and I'd love to connect with you. And
Okay.
I don't know if you typed it in, is it set, if you did, is your chat set to everyone? Because I didn't see it.
Yes. Let me see. Yeah, I did send it. Let me see. I'll add it again.
Thank you.
Put all my info in here. Yaz.
Hi, can you hear
Hi.
me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so yes, first condolences and thank you for sharing your story with that. I'm actually in training now. I've been taking classes to become a sacred sexual healer for women, and we've been talking a lot about different herbs that we use. It's focused on African spirituality, but they had mentioned herbs like maca root and dong quai. Have you heard of those?
Yes.
As alternatives for people. I liked how when you mentioned in the beginning how pharmaceuticals, in my personal opinion too, that they focus on getting money and not actually healing and helping people. And I know, having been on pharmaceutical medications myself, that there's like a lot of different side effects that kind of counteract what it's supposed to be working on. And so I just wanted to know your thoughts on like um, herbs like macaw root that are said to help with depression, anxiety, and mood swings and stress, as well as menstrual issues as well.
I haven't worked much with macaw root, but I do. I've worked with dong quai, other herbs for depression and stress. The very popular one is ashwagandha. I take that almost daily. It's a really good herb. And you have others they kind of work like psychoactive. So you have skullcap, you have passion flower, you have kava. What others do I have back here? Those are the ones that I mostly work with as far as herbs, or what I would recommend as far as dealing with any stress or anxiety. Dong Quai is a really good herb for women's health. You also have uva ursi, raspberry leaf. I take that daily because later on I do plan on having another child with my husband. So raspberry leaf, dandelion are really good herbs to kind of just keep my uterus and everything toned and working properly after having a miscarriage. So that next time, if we try again, everything will be okay. Hopefully I answered some of the questions.
Yeah, you did. You named a lot of them that we learned about, and then a couple others too, because I was thinking, I find that for me personally, the pharmaceuticals kind of cause effects that aren't desirable, the side effects. And so since I've been taking like the maca root, and she had mentioned Don Quai, I keep on saying it wrong, Don Quai. Yeah, something, and I just like how in the beginning you mentioned how pharmaceuticals aren't necessarily actions to help heal these things, but I think there needs to be more space for herbalism in treatment of mental conditions as well, because for some people not all the pharmaceuticals work and they end up causing more problems than they are helping. So I like that you mentioned that. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's also how I felt how I was treated with Western medicine is they just treated the symptom. Going through that, you also experience a lot of mental things going on, and that wasn't addressed at all with the doctors that I was dealing with. So I also had to, find an herb to, deal with what I was what I was dealing with mentally as well. Angelica name is, Angelica. It's another name for Dong Quai. Okay. Let's see what else I have. My question, okay, since I have, there's a lot of people in here who've tried ayahuasca. My question to you all, if anybody wants to answer, is how did you go ahead and take that leap into doing a ceremony? As far as me, like I'm kind of hesitant, like I feel the call, but something is holding me back. Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, I'll go, but we have a little bit of washing dishes in the background.
Okay.
So, my friend Rick said to me that our mutual friend Rob had gone off the deep end. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, oh, he joined this like Santo Daime cult and they drink ayahuasca and they dance around and sing songs. And it's like a religion based on like a psychedelic. And I thought, wow, that sounds fantastic. Like a religion based around a psychedelic, like that just sounds, I don't know. I was immediately drawn to what he was talking about. And then I met with my friend Rob and I asked him questions, and Rob acted like it was a very special secret, very guarded, And so he said, oh, you're going to have to read this book by this guy, who helped to build the Santo Daime. And he was a political prisoner in Brazil. And you have to read this very badly written book and then come to me after you studied it. It took me like 6 months to wade through the book because it was like so tedious. And later on, I found other people are not like that. They're not like gatekeepers like that. But when I met with him to talk about it, he talked about all these like imaginary elves, but they were real to him in the ceremony, that were entities that worked on his body to heal his body. And he would look down and they were like knitting his bones together and doing all these things. And I thought, that sounded great. So then when I followed up with him 6 months later or whatever, I said, hey, Rob, I finally read the book. Like, I'm ready. I've passed your initiation or whatever. Like, I'd like to go to a ceremony. He said, oh, well, the ceremony we're going to have, it's in Ashland and it's the biggest ceremony of the year. It's 14 hours for each ceremony back to back, maybe like one day in between. It's probably too much for someone who's a newbie. And I had a vision of teepees about this, doing the ceremony. And he said, we're going to be roughing it. We're going to stay at like a hot springs. There's going to be teepees. And I said, teepees? Are you serious? Teepees? I said, this was very synchronistic for me. So I said, oh no, I got a message about teepees. So I'm headed to Oregon. And it was absolutely just bloody fantastic. It was at a synagogue and I'm Jewish, and it just, the rabbi was drinking, and the rabbi like drinks once a year for their Ashland ceremonies when they hold them in the synagogue. And the rabbi got up and talked for a minute, and that spoke to me. And like, I wasn't into the Christian stuff. It was wonderful, but it was a really hard leap of faith. And I went alone, and looking back, I would have, I guess maybe have done it slightly differently, but life works out just fine. So it's fine. But I think I was a bit lonely there, because I felt like they all sang the same Brazilian hymns, and they all would like jump into tunes together and start rocking. And I was like, these people are like bizarre, I think it felt very strange to be an outsider. I would prefer to do it with like a friend or someone I trust a lot, for my first time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Who else is here?
Hello.
I don't want to mispronounce your name. Darius?
I pronounce it Darius.
Darius,
Although
I'm sorry.
saying Darius is
Darius.
not necessarily mispronouncing it, because it's
Okay.
the same name.
Yes.
But
Darius.
yeah, to your question, that feeling is the call of the medicine. So you just follow that feeling for yourself, because you have to, the medicine is going to call you, and you have to find a way to bring it into your life. Like you being on this call right now with, I believe you have a few facilitators, in a safe way. So just have the conversation with a facilitator that resonates. And like I said, there's a few on this call, and that's just the next step, because the fear is natural. The fear is natural, and the importance is not to allow our fears to deter us from what our soul is calling. And it's supposed to be a little scary, because you are dealing with something you haven't done before. So that makes sense. And then you're dealing with something that is spiritual. And then the spiritual realm is a realm that's here on this realm but we can't really see what's happening in it. So you're tapping more into your spirituality, your personal stance, and what spirituality means in your relation to the world. And that inner calling is the medicine calling you to come into that for yourself. And it's important that you trust yourself and your intuition, and knowing that spirituality means the dark and the light. So it's important to trust yourself, and like I said, talk to a few maybe of the facilitators here, and find resonance in whoever you feel may be able to take you to the next step. But I say take it a step at a time. I say that the fear is okay. It's just important that you don't allow your fear to turn you away, so you can overcome that fear by tapping into the truth and the reality of what the medicine is calling you to experience. Because that when you know the truth, then you understand what is it that is calling you, and understand more about those things that you can't see. A lot of the things, our thoughts, our emotions, and a lot of the mechanisms that allow the spiritual world to turn. So just take the next step. That's all I say. Just take the next step. Don't even worry about if you're going to actually do it. Just take the next step, and just listen to the calling.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually been researching. I've looked up a lot of facilitators, and a lot of them, I've tried to contact, and then I'm just like, I don't feel this is right, especially when they're operated by white people. So that is, I kind of just have a little bit of distrust with that when I'm just like,
Yeah,
I just
and
don't
that's
feel
okay because you
comfortable
got
with
to use
that.
your discernment.
Yeah, so
And
it's
this like I was saying earlier, this is the ceremony that you're in your ceremony,
yeah,
and you hear the calling, and now you're on this platform, and this is the medicine call. This is what it looks like,
okay,
and if you desire that enough for yourself, then in whatever way you feel comfortable, move forward towards that calling.
yeah,
Like I said, there's several facilitators and people here that you can talk to that are willing to talk to you to take you to the next step.
yeah. I think I would feel more comfortable with a facilitator that I resonate with.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Pamela.
Yes, yes. Thank you so much. I am off screen. I'm in the middle of midterms, but I wanted to jump in on this amazing chat and just say when it comes to Mother Aya, one, there is if I know you're in Washington, but I'm in New Jersey. There is a Black facilitator. His name is Kaban. If
Okay.
anybody knows him, he also serves ayahuasca. But from my personal experience, I came into the medicine world using San Pedro, which is considered like the masculine energy, the grandfather plant. And I was for sure I would never do ayahuasca, right? Because it was like, this is the grandmother plant and it's like much more intense and she's going to take you there and it's going to be like crazy and you're not going to know what to do. And so for about a year and a half, I always said no to Mother Aya. And the first time that I sat with her was the first time that I actually met myself. Because I think being a Black woman, we need more feminine energy when it comes to medicines in our body, right?
Yep.
I don't know how your relationship is with your grandparents. So I do have, in my theory, my opinion, my own personal theory, I do believe that our relationship with our grandparents and our parents is related to these medicines. And so my grandmother was very, nurturing. She would pick me up out of the middle of nowhere, whatever I needed to be, would slide me $20 with her hand closed. You know what I'm talking about? Slide me $20. And so when I first met ayahuasca, that was the feeling that I got. I'm not going to go into everything that she gave me because I do believe that some things, especially in the presence of white people, should be only regarded to Black women. Okay. But she gave me everything that I needed to have to close some of the traumas that I was going through. Okay. So you asking that question and if I say your name, brother, please forgive me. I was like doing midterms and listening. Darius, but I know it looks like Darius. Mm-hmm. She did the same. We already know that closed hand 20 was clutch. But I was running away from her because I thought it was going to be intense and it was going to be horrible. But the first time that I met her, it was the first time I felt as though I was home. And so if you're asking this question, that means that it's time for you to come home to Mother Aya and be able to lay all your burdens with that medicine. And if you're looking for a Black person, I'm in New Jersey. I know you're in Washington. You could reach out to me, DM me. I'll send you my information. And when you're ready to have an ayahuasca ceremony, it would be with a Black man. And I would be there with you as well if you need support. But just wanted to offer you that as well. So you asking that question is like, she's calling you and you're ready. And I also understand your kind of hesitation because you want to make sure that it's in a safe space. Mm-hmm. And so I do have resources for you to have that in a safe space.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Endora.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello.
Hi. I facilitate one-on-one ceremonies and I'm going somewhere with this, so stay with me. And the young lady, she had been going back and forth, and it was with psilocybin, and she's going back and forth about whether or not she wanted to sit. And finally she decided to sit. And as we were coming to the close of the ceremony, she began to laugh. And I said, what's so funny? And she said, fear. And I said, oh, really? And she says, yes. She said, it's so beautiful. On the other side of fear is so much beauty.
Mm.
It's more than you can imagine. And I don't want to dismiss your feelings or your emotions around fear, but take it from one sister to another. It is the greatest illusion that we have been fed in this realm.
I believe that. I mean,
It's
I've done things.
Mhm.
I've done things, without thinking about fear. I've done it through fear. It's
Mhm.
just that for some reason, this particular right here, I'm just like, what?
It's the next, it's not even the next level. It's a whole new book.
Mm.
Because you keep reading the same book over and over again, that's fine. But grandmother is going to take, she's going to, it's a whole new set of encyclopedias, okay? It's a whole new set. And it can be intimidating. I don't want to dismiss that. But as Miss Pamela said, as she studied for midterms, you will meet yourself on such a deep level that you become a whole new creature, a whole new person, because it's just pieces of yourself. Grandmother puts you together again and says, look at how beautiful you are. Look how special you are. And don't be afraid of that beauty. Don't be afraid of that uniqueness that you bring to this realm. And I speak with so much passion because it's just, I want all of you to experience that. That's our birthright.
Yeah.
That is our right to come together into wholeness. And anything you need, I hold your hand. This is why I take service very seriously, because I want to be your cheerleader. I can't walk it for you, of course, but I want to be right there on the sidelines. Go, sister, go.
Yeah.
Go run towards your own salvation, your soul salvation. Run towards it. Don't let nothing stop you. And I love you so, so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I do. I would love to connect with you. I'm just put my personal email here, and please reach out. There you go. Thank you. Nicole, I think Nicole's next.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing your concerns up about that. I had similar concerns. I grew up in the DC area during the height of the crack epidemic, and so there was a lot of stuff going on with me about drugs, like seeing it as a drug, and will this make me go crazy, and all that kind of thing. But it kept coming up in my life. Like it was like everywhere I looked, it was coming up. And the final push for me was I work with military veterans for a living. I work at the VA. And I kept having veterans just come up to me talking about how nothing else worked for them. They were living with PTSD, MST, like all kinds of different ailments. And they were like, nothing else worked, but this worked for me. This changed my entire life. And so I was like, wow, like, because I've seen people over a period of time where they were and the progress that they made through working with these medicines and ayahuasca in particular. And so after seeing a number, it wasn't just one or two, it was like 10, 20, 30, it was like a lot of veterans like telling me the same thing. And so after seeing that repeatedly, and seeing it come up in different spaces for myself, that's what gave me the final push. to sit with grandmother myself, and it's something that I do not regret at all. It was one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Nicole. Okay. I'm not going to mispronounce your name. Can you say your name, please? Damali?
That is exactly right.
Okay. Thank you.
First, just want to acknowledge you and say thank you for everything that you shared and for your courage, particularly being like you feel alone out there doing what you're doing in Washington. And you are not alone. It just feels that way. And I encourage you to continue your work, and you will find other Black people. I am very confident about that, that you will encounter that. And the reason why I say that you will is because you've spoken into existence in this call, right? You've said that you wanted to find others. And I think now that you've said that out loud, that spirit will bring that for you, that you will manifest that, right? And then the other thing I wanted to say, just to talk generally about fear. Um, I think fear is such a healthy emotion, and that we can still accomplish things even though we are afraid. And that is the definition of courage, right? So to be courageous requires fear. To do you're literally not courageous if you're not afraid, because courage includes and requires fear. So you can be courageous. You can do a thing that you're afraid of while you are afraid of it. You don't even have to take away the fear. You can do both things. And there's so many things that I have done while being afraid of it and still did it anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? So in a general sense, there's that. And I think when someone else brought up discernment before, I think that's really important, because you will know when it's time for you to do the thing. You'll know, and you will do it when it's time, because you'll know it's time and you'll do it because you already have powers of discernment within you. So you will know when it's time, and when it's time, you will take your journey.
Yes, thank you.
And then the last thing I wanted to say, particularly in regarding fear, is sometimes we can parse out, like go to the point where we actually name the thing that we are actually afraid of. So to simply say, I'm afraid is one thing, but then to say, I'm afraid of this happening. So sometimes if we game out the worst case scenario and either say it out loud or write it down, it can sometimes realize that it's not anything that scary. So for example, I think even in this medicine conversation, a lot of common fears are, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Okay, so let's talk about that. What happens if you go crazy? Then what? Okay, so maybe you do another journey and you get brought back. Or like sometimes when you talk out what the fear actually is, it will, sometimes you'll either see that, okay, actually, I can handle that. Or you might make a plan to respond to it, what the worst case scenario is. And in my own personal experience, I spent a lot of time being afraid of death. And through my personal journey, I've learned for myself that fear of death is egoic, because I don't, I'm not entitled to live forever in this vessel, right? So for me to be so concerned about when this life ends, that's an ego thing. Because it's like me saying, I'm supposed to be here until I'm 96, right? No, we're supposed to be here for as long as we're here. So I'm still in this journey with my own self and my own fear of death. So when I feel those feelings, I remind myself, girl, you aren't supposed to be here for any amount of time. You here for when you're here. And so it's like just things like that. Like I'll say this stuff out loud. And so I just wanted to encourage you in all of those ways. And I'm just so happy that you were here tonight.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I completely get the fear of death. I've experienced that quite a bit, and I've, tried to be like, you know what? Yeah, like you said, we're not here forever. If it comes and my time comes, it comes, and that's it. So I've had to work with that, and doing plant medicine has helped me kind of overcome with that as well. Help me with that. None of us make it out. That's funny. Oh, well, I think that is my time. Let me see here. I'm not sure who's the next speaker.
Yeah, I'm Justice Manslayer is the next speaker, but I just want to say thank you so much for sharing, and just so grateful for you, and that this has been over a year and you've done it for us again. So thank you.
Thank
You're
you
amazing.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to everyone who gave me a little piece of advice and who encouraged me. I will reach out to those who provided their email, or please get contact with me. I'm so grateful for all of you. Thank you for being here.
Yep. Awesome. Awesome. So Justice, take it away. It's your hour.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi everyone. My name is Justice. Sorry, give me one second. My name is Justice. A little bit about me. I'm 33. I own a cannabis dispensary and a Black-centered nonprofit in Seattle. I've been friends with Leo and part of the Entheo Society for years now, I guess. So it's like family. Today, I want to speak about Black dysphoria in plant medicine and like psychedelics, and just in general from my perspective. I immigrated, well, my parents immigrated here from Jamaica. And so I have my mother, my father, my grandma, they're all very, very traditional. And my grandma especially exclusively uses plant medicine. She's like actually afraid of doctors, especially ones in America. And so I've always been taught that plants, herbs, even psychedelics are medicinal things and not kind of like substance aligned. But I've never had any history with them until actually my last year of college. And it's honestly when my life opened up more and my consciousness opened up more to just doing more with my life than I had directed up until that point. And, you know, it's not just like a psychedelic plant medicine connection, but it's just like becoming myself and allowing that to be part of myself. I originally went to college for software engineering and computer science, and I ultimately ended that and have been working in cannabis for 12 years and just plant medicine in general for the last, I'd say 4 years. And it's completely revamped my life and my focus. I use plant medicine medicinally, but I also use it financially because it's technically my income source. And mind you, I always preach to be holistic, not capitalistic, but I also preach that, you know, specifically Black people and people of color and people who have indigenous descent, we have a connection to these medicines that is inherent in our DNA. And I really believe that we should be more visible in this movement. When most people think of plant medicine, psychedelics, anything that's in that sphere, they picture some like, you know, respectfully, some like old white hippie guy, you know, it's got like a crocheted sweater on or something. But, you know, in reality, it looks a lot like the people that are in this call today. And I have been in this industry relatively relatively alone as a person of color for a long time. I think as of right now, I'm definitely the only like trans Black person who owns any sort of dispensary in this state. I think that there are some other people of color that are in the industry, like more so in Tacoma and stuff like that. But as far as my city, I'm a lone sheep. As far as the state, I'm in like maybe a top 5. And so it's not like I bump into other people that look like me in this industry really ever. Being on this call is really the only time I get to see other people who even have this interest that look like me. And I'm not an expert in the medicine specifically. There's a lot more people who are part of this event and part of this movement that can speak more on that. But what I am more of an expert, or at least have more experience in, is kind of the logistical business, kind of growing that sort of community in a city where it's non-existent. And so that's what I'm going to speak from. And hopefully it'll open up a little bit of perspective to, even though I don't know how to link it. So even though, this is 2024 and we're super open to, hold on one second, I'm going to link this. I just am horrible at multitasking. Okay, it's in the chat, but also I am still at work because I just finished working. And so here's like a quick little like run around. You see, I got our girl right up there on the wall. This is our kind of community space where we kind of have this sit-in circle because we do like tea circles and stuff like that. All of our metaphysical stuff's here. And then cannabis stuff's in the front room. Some mushy stuff down here. And our girls, of course. So yeah, it's a little shop, but she is mine. So originally, just to kind of, I guess, back up a little bit, in my experience with plant medicine in general, coming from someone who's an immigrant and not used to kind of like the American systems, I've never been in a situation to where you go to like a store and show your identification and some guy at a counter tells you what sort of like natural remedy to take as someone who has zero experience in that. I have history and experience with actual like medicine men and women in my culture, Wiccans, that will come to your house, and then they'll like kind of unfurl their mat, and instead of pharmaceuticals and syringes and things like that, it's just twigs and berries and herbs and things like that. And they get the pestle and mortar out and they put it together, and they dose it and put it in little bags, give it to moms, and they let her know how much to give you. And it was a lot more of like an intimate experience and something that was more personalized. And that has always been my experience with it. Growing up in New York and Philly as like a little Jamaican kid who could barely speak English, I used to get teased a whole bunch because, you know, I would kind of openly talk about that. Like if I got a cold or something like that, like my grandma would always say like, "Oh, you freeze a cold," and she would have all these like crazy like Jamaican remedies for it, you know. I'd be going to school smelling like vinegar and stuff, and they'd give me such a hard time. And it blows my mind that the modern and kind of like recreational version of this has somehow forgotten the roots of where it came from. And so, you know, I'm just one person, but that is my entire goal of being in this industry. As you can see, just kind of like a spin around of my business, it's more than half community space. The actual like selling of the product is not even important to me. That's something that we do up front. You know, we take care of that, and then you come back into this space and you have some room to actually heal, and that's what's more important. I feel like this movement, if it had more Black voices and faces in it, wouldn't so quickly pull itself away from its roots, because we tend to stay rooted. And I feel like because it's been more or less whitewashed, and you know, and that's the norm, by the way. Just a kind of like a quick side tangent. I have been in cannabis. I'm 33 years old. That Black doesn't really crack much, but I've been in cannabis for almost 13 years now. And I started when my state had medical cannabis. And so you could just, you know, get a business license. You can grow your own, you can sell it. There's some obvious laws to follow. But it was more or less an open business. And then they legalized it. And the legalization process was literally closing every single medical store in our entire state overnight. And then there was a weird kind of like 6-month interim where there's just, if you used cannabis as medicine on a daily basis, then you had an unsurvivable 6-month gap in access to any sort of plant medicine in the state. And then they created a system of legalized cannabis. They shut down somewhere around 2,500, it's like 2,500 dispensaries, and they released 200 legal cannabis licenses. They released it in a way that only extremely wealthy people could afford them because you had to buy them through the state. And they essentially took an industry that had been grown and literally grown by Black people, people of color, and in Washington and in Seattle, also a lot of Native people. And they took that industry and they basically made it illegal for us to sell, and then developed a process and a method to make it legal for them to sell. And, you know, the issue with, you know, we talk about we want to legalize it, we want to mainstream it. But the issue with that is that we have to slow down and we have to look at what that means, right? And in most places where they mainstream and legalize things, they also completely dilute it. And so, you know, the lesson that we learned in Washington State when it comes to cannabis is something that we have to remember across all psychedelics, because, you know, anything that has a natural origin at some point should, and I'm praying will be legal. not just, not just mushrooms, but there's so much stuff. There's like, yeah, I don't want to get into the list, but there's so many beneficial medicines that that grow naturally outside, but for some reason, if you pluck them and eat them, it's a crime. Is everyone here mostly in Washington State, or are y'all from all over?
All over the world.
Okay. Does anyone else live in a place where cannabis is legal, or any sort? I'm using cannabis as an example because it's kind of like the baby psychedelic, right? It's the thing that kind of goes first. But does anyone live in any place where cannabis, mushrooms, anything has been legalized, but it's still a Black-centered movement? Or is that generally always lost with legalization? And Dora, I don't know how to call on you, but go off, girl.
You're good. So I reside in Louisville, Kentucky, and probably about 3 years ago they legalized. And Louisville, Kentucky is, I think, 69% Black. And so they were inundated with cases around cannabis for personal use. So they decided to go ahead and make it legal here in Louisville, Kentucky. So you can have, I think, like up to 6 grams for personal use and 3 or 4 plants or something like that.
Okay.
Yep. And then also here in Kentucky, we are a Commonwealth. So we do have a psilocybin church here in Louisville, Kentucky, where the sacrament, the sacrament is used. So, but that is not Black centered, and they have and because Louisville is majority Black, they have really struggled to build their congregation because it's very white centered, even though you're in a Black city. So it's
right. Heard.
I don't understand that logic, but yeah.
What about the cannabis? Like when you go into shops and stuff, like is it legal for sale, like retail, or just possession?
Mm-hmm.
When you go into like shops and stuff like that in a place that's 70, because mind you, my state is technically only 4% Black.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I still think that there should be way more people of color in it, but at least there's a reason. But in a place that's 70%, when you go into shops and things like that, and I'm not talking about the people at the counters. Like,
it's only one Black-owned shop. One. And it's probably at least 50 in the city.
Yeah, see, that's crazy.
Yes. And then, wait, I'm going to put some more tea on this. So a majority of PWI, majority white school, is now offering a cannabis certificate.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But again, it's us.
Yeah. That's crazy.
Yes.
Wow.
So that's my experience.
Please, someone asked to link the single Black-owned shop. If you know the name or something,
yes.
If you can put that in the chat. I'm gonna Danny, I'm gonna let Liberty Mushrooms go just because she's had her hand raised, and then we'll go with you right after.
Thank you, sis. I'll be quick. So I'm in Portland and I'm running around and I'm seeing how a few of the independently owned cannabis shops are already carrying, let's call it chaga, reishi, lion's mane, whatever, whether that's accurately labeled or not, I don't know, but whatever. But meanwhile, Washington, that's why I'm so grateful for Leo for putting all this together. Washington is working on their decrim right now. And what Colorado did with Grow, Gift, Gather is huge. The movement out there is so much more open and less corporatized. Of course, it's all money, 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 but whatever. Oregon has done some dumb shit where whatever, it's expensive and crazy and corporate. Washington has this opportunity to not do the stupid shit Oregon did, but to follow Colorado's lead with Grow, Gift, Gather. Now, they just released their updated version of the rules, and I haven't honestly had time to read all the details, but those details matter. And they'll often do shady shit where they pass a general law, and then they'll be like, oh, later we'll figure out the details. 6 months later, some committee writes some rules where, oh, by the way, mandatory data collection. So, like, please, 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 whatever we can do to support Washington's decrim process be requiring that social justice and equity piece, requiring community access in decrim, because you probably know what you could have on your shelves right now, but you know, not everybody is side door. So I don't know if I have a question. I just, you know, we're literally across the river. I go to Vancouver and I'm like, what?
Yeah, we're super.
We're here. You know.
I have a question for you. If you could like quickly summarize the Colorado system, because I wasn't aware that there was even a model. Because my fear, like my fear is I'm flashing back to 2013, where you know I have a business set up that's technically in the like decrim zone. And then when they move to legalize it, they're going to throw us all to the wayside.
Yep. I think that's definitely what they're doing. So they want, so I'll speak quickly to Colorado, and then I don't know all of the details about Colorado, but one of the things I do know is this wonderful gentleman, his name is Aaron. His handle is Autism on Acid. He's out in Denver. He's hosting what he calls guerrilla welfare, which are basically free gifting activities. Folks out there just giving it away, just free medicine. And so originally when I was following the Colorado Natural Medicine Board, I was real sus because there's this Arizonan on the board. I was like, why the fuck is there an Arizonan on the Colorado board? That didn't even make any sense. However, what I learned is her name is Sue Sisley. She came to Portland and spoke at the Horizons conference. She has a DEA license. That's why she's in Arizona at a university. Now, I was shocked. This woman's a Republican. Despite that, she's pretty fucking cool. She has the service dog. Anyway, I was talking to her. She is trying to do research in a university funded by the government. She's got DEA approval to grow cannabis, mushrooms, whatever. She's growing shit, by the way. She needs genetics. Anyway, so she is on that Colorado board as part of this national movement to say, hey, how can we do this? You know, again, the government's interest is like for the veterans and for the this and for the that. They're not worried about people criminalized from the drug war, but whatever. So there's been an updated release of their rules. I think what's interesting is Colorado has slow walked their release of the rules, right? So while Oregon kind of rushed, Colorado was like, we're going to take our sweet time and have a bunch of subcommittees and actually discuss equity. So they listened to this public comment. Meanwhile, what that means is underground can just get infrastructure in place to be ready, because while things are decrimmed and not like legalization hasn't quite evolved yet, things can be flourishing, right? The rhizome and whatever, the mycelium can spread. But meanwhile, compared to like Oregon, coming out with this medicalized model has meant all these people jumping into the industry and experimenting and taking risks and spending money. They are now, some of them, failing. So they're spending all this money, taking all this risk, not able to find insurance. And then, meanwhile, what's going to happen is those corporate folks with big money are waiting in the wings. They're like, as soon as y'all fail, we're going to buy up your shit at half price or whatever. So please, Washington, I'm just like, y'all. Meanwhile, California, again, just having parties, just open retail. And I'm like, what are we doing? So all these other states are watching us, and I'm like, please, y'all do it better, please.
Thank you for that. Danny, I'm gonna let you go. And just to remind everyone what the question was, is just to your experience with either cannabis or psychedelics or any sort of like plant medicine becoming legalized, and then that taking it from the Black community or leaving it with the Black community. It's your open experience with it.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I'm here in Brooklyn, New York, and cannabis is legal here. And it's been still very much in the hands of Black and brown. There's many dispensaries that has gotten licensed, especially here in Brooklyn, women-owned, Black-owned. And they had legislation to have especially people who were affected by the Rockefeller drug laws to have first dibs on licensing to make up for the wrongs from the past. So even down in Greenwich Village in New York City, there's a lot of mostly, well, Brooklyn, some of other stuff is coming, but they're giving priority to Black and brown folks. So that has been really good news. And also social justice in the cannabis industry with local legislators who have been pushing for that, you know? So
yeah,
that's what I'd like to report.
That's honest. I'm glad that three of us shared, and 1 out of 3 actually had an experience where the movement has been kind of normalized, legalized, but not marginalized. And so I love that. And you know, my parents immigrated to Jamaica, Queens, and so I was born and raised in New York. Like, yeah, I got my ass beat in Brooklyn a few times.
It's funny. I grew up in a Caribbean immigrant community, East Flatbush. My mom is Jamaican, my dad is Haitian. So,
okay, well,
yes, there. So,
well, it's honestly a blessing to hear that. You know, I know that the West Coast kind of the legalization wave has kind of been going from west to east. And so I'm happy to hear that the East is maybe looking at the West Coast and maybe our failures and choosing to correct those. Especially prioritizing people who have been criminalized for it in the past. Because that hasn't happened here. We saw people in jail for, you know, minimum even just having cannabis, not even selling it, but just possession, simple possession. There's still people locked up for simple possession, while there's, you know, people making millions off of the sale of it. So it's hard to kind of keep this in order, right? When it's not done correctly, especially when you're a person of color and you're like, you know, like where do I even belong in this movement at this point?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that people have definitely lobbied for this, you know, from the local level to high levels in New York State. And a lot of people even tried to combat that and, you know, and shut it down. But a lot of people were invested in it. And I feel that they continue to be invested, even though, you know, there's some stuff happening. But at the same time, I can say that from where I'm looking, the view I'm seeing it from is that they're really trying to be stable in that, and people are invested in it as well.
Yeah, I love that.
So,
and so I guess to recenter us back to the subject, the reason why it's important to not change the color of the movement just because we're bringing the movement out to light is because systemically people of color, indigenous people, even I could just say people who use plant medicine, because to be honest, everybody in that category is a little non-mainstream. And all of these people have hardships when it comes to finances, employment, especially self-employment. And I truly believe that these, as this legalization wave happens, say, I'm just going to pick a random state. I don't know if they're, if they have psychedelics legalized there or what, but say like Oklahoma, say they legalize it there. That gives us an opportunity in Oklahoma to establish maybe 100 new Black-owned businesses, maybe 1,000 new employees that are people of color that have good, solid jobs. And then you multiply that by all of the states as this legalization wave happens. And that's my biggest like hope for this movement. Yes, I want medicine to be available and legal for everyone, but I don't want us to put the horse in front of the carriage when it comes to that, right? And my personal life has been impacted so much by my journey, in not just my relationship with plant medicine, and not just my personal use, but being in the industry, and being part of the growth and part of the legalization wave. And it's put me in a position where, before I moved to Seattle, I was homeless. And now, I just walked you guys through my dispensary. And that would have never happened without a decade of working in plant medicine. And I want to only be an example for other people. And for my story to not be unique, that would make me so happy. We're gonna go to Pamela. She has her hand raised.
I just want to say first, Justice, congratulations, excuse me, to you on, your growth progression of being homeless, and now you're showing us, right, your shop, like, like I want everybody to send love, and like that's amazing. That really shows to the work of who you are and the power of who you are to be able to do that, because many people in your position would have just gave up. So I just want to say kudos to you. I respect you. I see you. You're beautiful to me inside and out. I see your glow. Like I'm just like, yes, I'm gonna harness some justice energy for the next few months. Yes. But I just wanted to say, and I hope this is not too off topic, but coming as a Black queer woman in these spaces, a lot of times our trauma and our voices and who we are not respected, right? And this is not to like I'm not bashing, like I love everybody, like everything is love. However, in my experiences, so my first 3 years of medicine was from the traditional underground world, in the woods. I went to Ecuador, Costa Rica, I went to the jungles. Like I did my part to really do this medicine, like I'm not coming from, I went to the jungles and I met the devil and we had a talk, and I had to say, I am light, just to kind of bring that quickly together. But in that conversation, I saw that when a white or an Asian person would have a difficult time, they would be supported in their difficult time. It's okay, brother. It's all right. We're going to get through this. But in a moment that a Black person had a difficult time, the conversation was, if you don't get it together, we're not going to invite you back. So the support and who we are. And then I wonder, right, is it because this innate power that as Black people have, are they afraid of our innate power of our ancestors coming up and like being able to be powerful? We could just turn into Yemaya real quick, or Shango. I don't know, right? But I'm just saying that because I want us to be very intentional when we're speaking, to understand that the lack of support of Black bodies and Black voices, like even somebody came in, this person was presenting feminine, but their pronouns was he and him, and the shamans would not properly give them their right pronouns. And that hurt me as a queer person, because they're telling you their pronouns are he and him, but you still misgendering them, saying her and she. Right there's a disrespect of who this person is coming in. So just saying all that to say, Justice, I appreciate everything that you're saying, but when we come into these spaces, we also have to remember that love is love and light is light. But when we come into these spaces as Black and brown bodies, I'm going to just say Black bodies, a lot of times who we are is kind of relegated to the back, because the space is normally for white folks. So if a white person is having a hard time, it's okay. But the moment I'm having a difficult time at ceremony, I may get kicked out. So just wanted to say that to just bring that into reality, because I couldn't hear the conversation and not be able to say that, because there's some times where we are afraid to speak up for ourselves in these moments because we don't want to get kicked, quote unquote, kicked out. And I mean, and at this point I was kicked out of that ceremony because I had to stand up for the, the person presenting as a she, her in your mind, but they were saying that they were he, him. So I just wanted to bring that to light.
I honestly really love that you mentioned that, and I want to actually expand on that a little bit. And I just want to kind of forecast this by saying that even though I'm going to speak specifically about maybe race in these next couple of statements, this is just an open conversation. I have no prejudice. I love all people. So I guess just to kind of address one thing, you are 1,000% correct. And that is one of the reasons why I love Leo, because Leo is ironically the head of this movement, but always just acts as the body and lets other people be the head and have control and have the direction. This whole event, us all gathered together, is because Leo is very aware that we can only address this movement and ourselves in psychedelics, and when it comes to this movement, Black and brown voices have been lost, and even when Black and brown people are in this movement, their culture is not being uplifted and brought into the conversation and into the movement as frequently as it should be. And it goes back to that a lot of these medicines are just our culture. Some of it's our culture, some of it's Native culture. A lot of people are a mix of the two, like me, I'm Jamaican, but my parents are Maroon, so they're Native Jamaicans. They didn't have running water or electricity till they came to the States. They didn't have pharma. The only way to get through was Wiccans and plant medicine, and that was just my father. That wasn't my great grandfather. That's right now. If you go to Jamaica and you go to the Maroon territory, it's still like that. And it's confusing to me, and I don't know the solution. I don't know if it's because of us as a community and a culture, if we need to be a little bit more steadfast in preserving that, or if we are targeted because you said something specifically that when it's other races involved, there's not for lack of a better word, that sort of whitewashing. And I just wrote down a few notes while you were talking. For instance, acupuncture is still very, very, very in the Chinese, Eastern Asian sphere, right? Yoga still vinyasa, right? Tarot still very rooted in pagan. I rarely actually. It's funny because we do tarot and stuff here. I'm trying to bring it Black, if you know what I mean. But I honestly rarely, most people that do tarot are white people, which honestly, you know, it has a pagan history that I expect that, right? I expect when I go into my acupuncture that it's, you know, like an East Asian person, you know, and I expect when I go into my cannabis dispensary that it's people of color, you know. I expect I expect a lot of things when I interact in a psychedelic kind of sphere. My expectation is to run into like a native elder or like, you know, or black or brown elder, and it's often not that, you know. And I just want to say, like, I'm grateful that we even have the structure and the people that do the work in this industry, because no one's making money. This is all volunteerism. This is all just like people trying to pass on education and truly enlighten people and like bring them medicine. So like whatever color you are, if you're doing that work, you are appreciated and you are welcomed. But, you know, it's not going to change the fact that you know, a couple hundred years ago, when we weren't all in, you know, when we were in our original kind of cultures, um, this industry would have been dominated by more specifically Native people, actually, and then maybe second to that, Black and Brown, and then maybe second to that, you go into like South American and things like that. Follow where the medicine grows, right? And that's usually the people who have been fostering it for forever. And those are the people that should be prioritized in that movement, right? I have, like I said, I've won a very few dispensaries. I also, this is something I'm low key a little proud of because they're so hard to get, but I actually do have my license here. And that is like it took me years to get that, and I loved it so much. And I literally put on all of our packaging, if you look at the bottom, just so that people remember that like we are in this industry, Black owned, trans owned, women owned, and Jamaican owned. And so like I am proud to kind of disrupt that cycle. And like I said, like my ultimate goal is for my situation to not be unique. You know, I pray that we have more Black and brown people, more Black women in this industry, so that this is just a normal thing. It's crazy, you know, it's crazy when you think of just Black culture in general. For some reason, all of the kind of negative tropes stick to us like Velcro, but all of the positivity of just being Black is so hard to hold on to, right? And this movement is maybe not centered around us, but it comes from us. And there's a level of pride that we should have in that. Liberty, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want to interrupt, but I just want to real quick share. I found one Black woman owned Jamaican retreat, and all these people, charging $11,000, whatever. Her team is almost entirely Black women. She is Caribbean. She is of Caribbean descent. I think she's in DC. Anyway, I'm going to drop it in the chat because I just want to say, if people are going to go to Jamaica and do this medicine, that's where that money needs to go. Not colonizing British people who are still charging 11 grand for a retreat. No, thank you.
And you know, if someone is going to pay $11,000 for a psychedelic retreat, first off, let me give you my phone number before we get off the call. Second off, if you are, then yeah, that money should be funneled directly into a business like the one that Liberty just mentioned. And generally what happens when you put $11,000 into someone who's less connected to that industry, to that community, it generally goes into their pocket. Maybe they'll pay the people in the retreat, and then that's it. Some will end up in savings. Maybe they'll spend it on like their lifestyle, etc. When you give that sort of money, $11,000, to someone like that gal in DC who's integrated in this community, that money gets dispersed immediately and usually very evenly throughout the movement, throughout the community. And so, you know, it's generally the best thing to do. And it's definitely what I recommend. I feel like in general, like as much as I speak on this, you know, we also have to have a little bit of accountability as people who, everyone on this call at the very least uses plant medicine, right? And so have you made sure in this last, let's say, month, that all of that came from sources that were moral, that were ethical, that maybe were rooted in your culture? Like, we don't even need to say like Black and brown culture, but like support your own culture at least, you know, like if you are Black, then you definitely should be only, you know, connecting with like Black and brown medicine men and women, right? And so, you know, that sort of accountability, which is maybe a little hard to talk about, is also something that that needs to come to light more. And like circulating that money into that part of the movement that doesn't often get money and get financial stimulation. Like that lady, if she's doing, you know, imagine if 10 people supported her and did retreats with her, and then she would be able to take that money and recycle it for another, you know, another business or another retreat in another state or something like that. And that's, you know, that's how we get it spreading, and that's how we get it going. It's a slow roll snowball effect, and we're all part of that. Do I have any other questions, comments? I have about 10 minutes left here. Does anybody have any experiences working in plant medicine, cannabis, psychedelics? Does anyone just to make it a little lighter, does anyone just work in the industry? Am I the only one on this call who's like financially attached to this? I see. Oh, go ahead.
Oh. Yes, I am. I'm here in Atlanta though. Been working Mother Jaguar. Let me show my face here. But yeah, I've been working in this industry for since maybe 2010, 2011. And I just sent you a message just saying that conversations like this really allows this medicine to be more accessible to people of color, and talking about how we can put boots on the ground to build foundations that support our communities and our healing, and actually liberating us with this medicine. So I'm grateful that we're having these conversations. This has been phenomenal throughout the whole day, hearing everyone talk about their experiences, and those that want to experience take advice from our experiences. So I'm grateful to hear everything that you're doing too. Thank you.
You know, where I come from, I'm just gonna make this quick note, then we're going to Danny. Where I come from, this is part of the medicine. You know, this connecting with each other, the conversation, the community, the passing of knowledge and education is all part of the medicine. You know, like how, you know, that kind of analogy I was giving of like the medicine man or woman coming over, the Wiccan coming over, and like kind of giving out the dosages to mom and stuff. Like they at that point they educate them on, you know, there's no gatekeeping there, right? Because they just know that there's that level of trust in the community that they're always going to have value. And so, you know, as much as they're there to heal maybe the sick child, they're also not going to leave without educating the mom on how to completely handle that next time without needing them. And even when I was growing up in Queens, we had something other Caribbeans on this might know. We had something called the hand. And in general, like Jamaicans and Caribbeans kind of work in community on like a lottery. And the hand is essentially, say there's 10 of us, right? There's 10 of us that all live in the community, 10 families. Every week, one family is going to put $50 into the pot. And so every week that pot is $500. Each week, one family gets that pot. And so it's kind of like a pseudo savings program. It's kind of a pseudo lottery. It's kind of a bingo situation, but the money washes eventually. But the point is that $50 is going to be negligible for one family for a week, but that 500 is going to make a huge impact. And that methodology is something that goes through everything in our community. Like, I was raised by my mother, yes, but I also have 5 women that were allowed to put that on me, and I called them mom too, yeah, like being like growing community, growing connection and sharing with each other heals us. My slogan here is heal the body, mend the heart. And so, you have to, we target healing from the physical and the spiritual and the mental here. And that's like centered around this sort of movement, right? Like, yes, we, getting together in communities and groups like this gives us access to maybe more information on plant medicine and things like that, legalization, such and such and such. But even just being on a call like this for a few hours, like, does it not feel good? Like, how can you have anxiety, and depression while you're sitting here on this call, like with all of this positive energy, looking at all these beautiful Black faces, this is just as healing as the actual process, So I'm so happy to be part of this. Whenever Leo invites me, I honestly, I half the time I always say no, because like I never know what to say. I never really feel like I don't know. I don't feel like I have much to share, but then I get on this call and I cannot shut up. And so I'm so happy, to be here with y'all, and to be able to share in this experience. So it warms me to hear that, like, it's it's a blessing for you because it's a blessing for me. Danny.
Okay, I know we don't have a lot of time for your segment, so let me just jump in. So, although I'm not in the business, I would like to. And I was trying to find an entry point of where it feels good to me. And I was discovering infused drinks, because I am an alchemy with tea, fresh herbs, and it's in a little bottle that I thyme and ginger and all that other stuff. And then I was doing an event where an art event, and we had infused sips, and I found that and I was trying to find a supplier, and oh my gosh, where we're going to get this from, and I didn't even know how to process it. And then I'm finding out there's this nano powder that's water soluble, and I'm like, oh, think about pre-rolls at one time, but that's not really and I mean, you want to do something that feels organic and it's in alignment with what you already do, with what I already do. So I would ask you, what would be some advice? I'm not asking you to give me a whole, but for someone who's wants to put my foot in the door and just explore and have some quality product that can help, you know, people,
Yeah.
myself, of course.
So I would say one thing, you're already halfway there. How do I turn this camera around? So do you see this kind of barista setup in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we already do like drinks and stuff like that. Here's an example. But I in general, you know, I as much as I'm here to talk about the psychedelics and things like that, I also have like an issue with like centering community around things like alcohol. And so that setup that I just showed you is the physical setup here, but one of my kind of like side hustles, I do pop-ups at bars.
Wow. Okay.
And in Seattle, it's a little bit more open to like mushroom cocktails and things like that. But at the base, we do CBD drinks, and they're cocktails, like it's a margarita, right? But instead of having the tequila for the spirit, I use like a concentrated CBD. It depends on the drink, but we use a supplement. And that, if I had more time for it, would be a business in its own, because there's a big need right now for alternatives at bars, and then a lot of bars don't want to make whole other menus that are non-alcoholic, and a lot of them are just afraid to invest in it, to be honest. And so I have a whole like kind of moonlight thing doing pop-ups at bars, and it helps if you reach out to them and you build a relationship with them, right? That, like, say you're going to be there every single Sunday, right? And you do your pop-up and you have a small menu, and it's all like hemp-based cocktails, non-psychoactive, like chill stuff, mom drinks, and that is a business, that's definitely worth pursuing. Another way to get into the industry without a whole bunch of stress and overhead would be, I would research hemp licenses in New York. Or you said you're in Atlanta?
No, I'm in New York, Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah, because hemp licenses are given by the agricultural department in your state, and not the actual like cannabis board of your state. So there's a lot less. There's a lot.
I'm like taking notes. I'm in school, right?
There's a like the lady that I call at the agricultural department is Black. Let me just put it that way. Like, so it's a lot easier for people like us to get into that industry. The overhead is a lot less. I don't know about New York State, but in my state, the comparison, having a hemp license compared to like a marijuana license, it's about 10 times cheaper.
Wow. Okay, because that would be, because it's so expansive, right? Because it's not just one. And it's so interesting that you say that, because on the 17th I did a community art and crafts pop-up at a partner with a restaurant. And that's what we did. Like, again, I did the sips, and they were able to, but I want to expand it more. And people were like, because you want them to be chill while they're creating too, and a lot of people who came, they were like, this is just what I needed, and they're asking for more, things like that. So even with some of I want one more thing, even on Wednesday nights, I go to the city, they have like a house music dance party with art. but then not everybody drinks, especially if you house dancers, they're not always into alcohol, they're into more
Yeah.
natural stuff,
Like
you know?
if you're
Yeah.
working, right? Like you're not trying to get smothered up, you know, during your shift and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so people come and dance, vibe out to the music, but that's something that, like you said, like, so thank you. That is, you know, that's all. I'm gonna stop right here, but I'm
No,
excited.
I am more than willing to put out the game because
No,
honestly,
for
that's
real, man.
a
Like,
whole other revolution. And I'm actually at my time. I don't want to
hey,
disrespect
all right, yeah, I out of respect for your time and
speaker.
everybody's time, but
we have like 3 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish this point then. That is a whole nother revolution for us to fight. Fact that we've built this society and somehow whenever we get together as like adults, it leads to us like drinking into like subconsciousness. That's another system that, you know, we need to disrupt. And I honestly feel like this movement will help disrupt that because it's natural to want you know, a little something in you to kind of free your inhibitions, give you some more confidence and sociability. But that doesn't always have to be alcohol, right? That doesn't always have to be nicotine, right? That doesn't always have to be like, you know, super heavy THC. That could come in the form of like microdosing psychedelics, right? That can come in the form of like a mushroom tea. And so I think that the more that psychedelics are actually mainstreamed and that people are educated about them, the less that these more dangerous but somehow legal substances are going to be pushed to the wayside, right? And that's a side effect of this movement prospering that, you know, I can't wait for. So thank you all for giving me this hour, giving me your time and your focus and your understanding. Again, my name is Justice. And thank you. I love speaking with y'all today.
Really quick, what's your cannabis handle so we can follow it again?
It's called Sweet Relief. One second. Sweet Relief, and it's spelled like sweet and then relief like a plant.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stay on the call and listen to y'all, but let's have the next speaker go ahead and take it away.
Okay. Thank you, Justice, again for an amazing talk. Justice has done several talks for Entheo Society, so just check out the website, not the website, but the YouTube, and you'll find Justice's talks, because Justice is an amazing storyteller and has other areas of expertise beyond the areas shared today. Michaela Mama de la Maico is our next moderator. We're so grateful for her. She's come before to moderate. So she's a co-host and I'm handing it over to her. Capable hands. It's your hour, Michaela.
Welcome, Matthew. Thank you so much for having me. Welcome, everyone, and welcoming myself into this space. Thank you so much, Leo, for the divine timing of that. My son was like asleep in the car, transfer happened, he woke up, he's neutralized, but I'm glad that I came in and Justice was just wrapping up. So thank you so much. It's nice to come after a person named Justice because that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about justice. I want to talk about Ma'at. I want to talk about what's going on in the space of ethics, what's happening in the space of sensual beings in our people of color, BIPOC, psychedelic community. Have no idea what Justice is talking about. It sounds like cannabis, and it's time for something completely different. So first I want to introduce myself and I want to share a little bit about what I care about in our community, in our space, and how it is affecting and impacting melanated and brown women in the psychedelic space, and what the fuck we're doing about it, you know, and what there is to do about it. I'm very community solutions based person. I'm not a perfect person, but I really love seeing. I'm here for the tea, first of all, but I'm also here to learn how to support what we're spilling tea about, and how to do so in a righteous way, and how to create some frameworks and solutions for what's going on. So first of all, I go by Michaela Delamico. I'm a mother. I'm a mushroom educator. I support within this community as someone who's in a position to shift, make change, and see something, say something. I'm a community facilitator as well. I'm initiated in the Ma'at tradition of yoni steaming, so I am a womb care provider. And I have been taking up some charge around how to resource and how to support people who have survived sensual assault in their life with entheogens as support, as plans for support, as womb care for support, and also those that have been harmed in psychedelic spaces. And how do we resource ourselves as far as protections, energetic protections, plant-based protections? How do we care for our central nervous system? If we are preparing for a sit, have experienced harm in a sit, or are caring for other people who have also been harmed in the psychedelic facilitation space. And I really just want to center that kind of visibility this evening. Because when I was invited to come speak, I was really thinking about like, what am I seeing in the community that I really want to bring some shine to, and what is something that's just been bubbling up to the surface so fucking much in the psychedelic community. And maybe it's just because of the person that I am, just because people feel safe, with storytelling, or that I'm very overtly a caretaker of, sensual care stories. I just get a lot of direct messages and a lot of stories from people that have been harmed at the hands of some well-known leaders in our space. And I just think that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable that people that we consider elders or mentors or people that are highly respected in our space move about it with impunity, leaving trails of harmed women behind, and whose reputation never fucking catches up to them. And it's certainly not an easy conversation to have. It's certainly not like super posy vibes. But what I will say is that there is certainly something that can be done, and that's something that is being done, and that there's something that we will continue to do. We will continue to bring shine on these people. We will continue to story tell. Um, gossip is hood accountability. And I really do deeply believe that it's not too negative to talk about. It's not too negative to talk about. And for an 8 p.m. slot, I was like, maybe let's get into some of that shadow work. You know what I mean? Like, let's get into some of that, because I find so much liberation. I find so much beauty in when people get free, when people tell their story, when people like do beautiful things with their stories. They write books about their experiences. They do poetry about their experiences. They dance about their experiences. They get justice from their experiences. So I want to just make a statement. Like, I am just about fed up with getting these stories about this well-known, highly respected facilitator, mentor, teacher, guide, ketamine clinic owning, ibogaine clinic owning, well-resourced person sexually assaulted me. Like, I'm done hearing those stories. There's too many, and it leads me to wonder, like, why is this so constant? Like, why is it A, so constant, and B, like, people got to go into someone's Instagram DM to tell that story because there's nowhere fucking else. There's nowhere else for this story to live. There's no infrastructure. There's zero infrastructure. And there is 100% shame. And there's 100% victim blaming. And there's 100% gaslighting. For a community of people so enlightened, how dare we not listen to real calls for consent, for literacy, and for ethical scope of practice among our psychedelic facilitators. And it's not just the fake shamans either, it's people that we highly respect. And if you want me to name names, I am fucking happy to. Okay. So just let me know, I'm not here to put anybody out. But maybe some people you already know is fucking trashed. You already know is trash. Okay, Oyi-san, trash. Oyi-san, if anyone knows Oyi-san from back in Clubhouse days, like, please stay the fuck away from this man. I have women in my DMs right now. He raped me when I was in LA, a week after he sat for me 5 grams and has Baba Kalindi's painting like in his house where he journeys everyone. And Mama Ayana isn't even interested. Okay. Like, this dude is a hack and I would stand against him any fucking day of the week. So I stand so firmly against a man named Oyi-san. Obviously, stand firmly against Andrea Wright, who we are working so hard within the legal system to try to get redemption from. But truly, like, the ordinary legal system is not prepared and is not a safe place for people to come forward. So they come into DMs, right? And so those are just 2 names. I'm sure y'all had already known about Andrea, but I am absolutely receiving stories from about what you've done right now. So that's really painful to hear. And yeah, I the IG, yeah, Oyi space son. Oyi-san. He was like doing things on Clubhouse back in the day, but he's super whack. So what is there to be done? And I want to insource and outfit some of the people in the space with some protections. I want to outfit people in the space with some real ass education and some tools, and certainly some red flags, green flags. I want to give some resources. Obviously, shout out to Dr. Sandra for all of her work right now with Epic. So it's like it's like an ethical psychedelic community. They have regular meetings. There's a lot of ethics boards popping up, people building frameworks. And I think this is all really great. Like, the council of elders, holding it the fuck down is such an important model. And as someone who's like in the shit with people, dealing with us on the day to day, the council of elders and all the ethics boards is like not doing enough direct work with survivors. Like, the survivors are not getting the services that they deserve. The survivors are not like having immediate housing needs met. Like, what is an ethics board going to do about people that are literally houseless because they've had to flee a situation, or like their nervous systems are completely shot down, and like, do they know what herbs they need to be working with, or like, what is the ethics board going to do about that? So I'm really interested in this kind of 3-pronged approach that I want to lay out to just kind of take some of this, and then I'm going to go into like some branch offs of these 3 primary areas that I've been trying to work with survivors with and seen some level of success with. So the first one is going to be obviously survivor services. This is like a survivor's first approach. When someone comes into my DMs, it's immediately like, what do you need right now? And how can I hold space for this story? And those survivor services also include financial support. They include wraparound mental health care and resources for dealing with the immediate emotional backlash of their experience. And so what that has looked like in the past is like of pro bono support people that are coming forward to give those services to survivors in particular. So I have that list as well if anyone wants it. They've made agreements to giving free services to people, specifically those affected by the Ancestor Project, but have also extended care to other groups of people harmed in the psychedelic space. So, like building registries of support people that are trauma informed and that are down and willing to do accessible care for survivors of sensual assault in the psychedelic space are absolutely needed. So, survivor care services, as I said, financial support, immediate financial support, and also getting wraparound services. And there were some beautiful people that came together after we came forward about the Ancestor Project that put together survivor circles. So normalizing sharing survivor stories and normalizing spaces where those stories can be told. I really do believe that a lot of us have gifts, and I seriously believe Oyi's son is still based in Atlanta. And no, I was not assaulted. It was a sister of mine. I really appreciate the people that came together to do really beautiful care circles for survivors. So always thinking about that, always thinking about generating spaces where it's not too negative to talk about. So those are some of those things under survivor services. And I think the last thing I will say is continued education. So survivors should know and be gifted information constantly that helps them repair their own nervous system and their relationship with their body. And so we have a class, it's a 12-week class that's for survivors and practitioners called Eco-Sensual. I'm going to drop it into the chat, but it's a sensual assault and wellness advocacy training. So it's a trauma-informed and herbalism training to support and protect sensual beings in altered states of consciousness. So if anyone is at all interested in making their services more robust and building in systems that are survivor first and want to learn how to hold space for people that have sexual assault in their history, this is a beautiful offering. It's led by myself and an Indigenous woman, Brittany Jade Wilson, who's been a sexual assault advocate for a very long time. At the very least, as practitioners, we should be educated, and anyone moving through the space as a newcomer should absolutely know what to look for. So next cohort is starting in June. It's a beautiful addition to any professional training, and it's super accessibly priced. And we have a lot of volunteer seats. So come through, put in your interest form if you are interested in working within the sensual assault advocacy space in a more active way. So I see a lot of people in the chat. They're like, yo, like, where the fucking directories at? And I'm getting to it. So survivor services, right? So that's immediate financial care, wraparound emotional support services, continued education, and support circles. That's like basics. Secondary is the front facing, right? Like for me, directories. I mean, I come from a sex worker background. I was an intimacy care provider and like a part of my life. And so having blacklists and having like names, phone numbers, aliases, photos, I mean, that can be the difference between you walking out of your session alive or not, right? So for people working within the gray area, like running information through these networks is very important. So I really see the need. I really see the need for an overt public directory and a space where people can be made visible for their reputations. Even restaurants have bad Yelp reviews. Okay. How come these people blasting folks off on 5-MeO-DMT doesn't even have a place to be examined under public discourse? This seems ridiculous to me, and really foolhardy and unsafe for everyone. So I'm very much interested in generating community effort to essentially database publicly these folks that have been causing harm. And absolutely, they go and rebrand themselves. I mean, we've had to follow Andrea right around, and he's just wearing a suit and is getting into real estate. And we've had to call literal like real estate offices and tell them, hey, you've just hired someone onto your team that recently strangled his wife in October and owes the community so much money. So please don't put him in charge of anyone's finances or put people in close proximity to him whatsoever. So they just change a mask and then they go to a different city. So essentially the Megan's Law of psychedelic practitioners is like really what I'm seeing a very real need for. And I would love to like use social media as like a platform for that, but I also see like the need for literally like a database website, like real grown people shit, and not just like let's just do a bunch of IG shit, because a lot of people don't use Instagram that are going to be negatively affected. So I'm really seeing the need for that kind of database like website type shit. And also like spaces where people and this brings me to the third, but truly like people having a space to be able to tell their stories, people being able to not just tell their stories. I think it feeds very much into the public and front facing database, but a place where people can talk to someone or submit their real experience. Because I can't tell you how many times like I'm just getting DMs from people. Like a very well-known psychedelic researcher in the community injected me with 5-MeO-DMT and like played with my anus, and now I can't even think about trying a psychedelic again, and I never thought I would tell anyone this story. And I'm just like, it's so absurd that there's just nowhere for anyone to go with this experience. The first question is straight up like, have you gone to the police? It's like that seems like the worst place to bring a story like this. And it's just insane to be the receptacle, the tlazoteo, like the person receiving these stories and having to sit with the conscience of where do these even live, and how can this even benefit other people that now should know this is happening, right? And absolutely, like the cops, they're not trauma informed at all. I was essentially assaulted like as a sex worker, and as soon as I went to the police and told them, hey, this man is at large, he's sending me pictures of other women, can we do something about it? I have his first name, I have the city he lives in, here's his email. And they were like, well, how do you know him? And I was like, well, he reached out to me on the internet. They're like, well, what were you doing there? And then as soon as they found out that I was there for that reason, he's like, good luck, we can't do anything about it, or like we won't help you. So just knowing that there is a place and a space where as soon as something happens, that someone can come and submit that story and say, this is a place where I will not be villainized or victimized, but instead will be received fully, and say, I'm so sorry that happened to you. Here's where you can go next. Can we at least have a reception area for these people at minimum, and have those stories run and support the collective outcry into that public database, truly. And that front facing space will constantly be fueled by real life testimony from people, which I think is meaningful, right? And there are some spaces that include public discourse and like people to like upvote or downvote stories and things, and like a Reddit type of thing. I don't really see the need for that. Truly, like an internal infrastructure that just tallies and takes notes of people's stories as they're being submitted means a lot to me. That at least a person can know that they can leave their story with us and know that it will be used to create public safety efforts. And to me, those two go very much together. A real reporting system, for these things. And the last and very beautiful aspect and component of this three-tiered process when working with people is, and yeah, I definitely want to have discourse for sure after I'm done with this little rant here. But the last piece that is, I think, actually the hardest part of this care is the enforcement of those ethical values. Because we have the model of like the ethics board, but what enforcement do they actually have to hold anyone fucking accountable? Anyone, right? Like we all agree on these particular principles, right? Like these Ma'at principles. And yet if someone violates, there's no big daddy energy. There's no Ma'at actually coming through with the beautiful wings and, weighing those hearts. Like we don't actually have anyone who can put pressure on these people that have caused harm. Who is coming and standing next to these women and saying, I'm with them or they're with me and you cannot fuck with them anymore, period. We have very little of that happening in the space. Even with Tapped Out Coalition, it was really hard to get brothers to say, I believe you and I want to stand with you, right? We certainly had some brothers coming forward to be supportive, but a lot of men knew that this was going on and they didn't do anything. And that was deeply disappointing. It's deeply disappointing to know that survivors need to lick their own wounds and fight their own battles. And there's a whole community of people just standing next to them saying, wow, that's so hard. That's so sad. But no one's willing to stand with us and say, and I will never let this person work in my city ever again. That did not hardly happen. And so I've heard some interesting actions taken by men in different community that was causing harm to a young woman, an elder. And she was getting a tattoo done by a brother and she told her story. And the brother was like, wait, I think I know this elder that you're talking about. And no questions asked. He brought two big ass men to the elder's home in the middle of the night and said, sit down. And this man was made to sit on his couch while these brothers dismantled his altar. All his sacreds, all his medicines, all his accoutrements and garbs were completely dismantled and taken from him. He was disgraced by the community because there were some big dudes that came through for a young woman and said, this man is no elder of ours. And I thought that was a very beautiful display of solidarity and enforcement and power and possibility of what it is to stand with sisters that need help. And so this is a real actual call out to the brothers to say, like, what do you do if a sister came to you? What do you do if a woman tells you that another man has harmed them? And I'm really curious about that. I would love to see more solidarity, right? And people do not need to be shamed to learn, certainly not. But we also don't need violence in order to teach. And so I really feel like it's nice. It's nice to know that we're not walking into our own battles by ourselves. And I'm presently in another action with a well-known male empowerment coach influencer type that is literally just running like a revolving door through his house of all his clients, him getting them latched into him emotionally, inviting him to his home, causing harm, them fleeing, and it's just going like this. And we're working on getting a $40,000 settlement for them right now. And there are some brothers that caught wind on this, and they were like, you're never going to go to a Zoom call with him by yourselves. Oh, you need a statement of facts? Here's a mediator to help us write this statement of facts. If you need legal support, because they're going to make you sign a contract. If you want to get this financial settlement, they will make you sign an NDA so that they can never talk about this. Like, we have lawyers that can help you read that documentation so you don't sign a bad contract. I mean, that is like the level of solidarity and support that I've been absolutely praying for to see in this space. I've been really praying to see more participation communally on behalf of all members involved. This is not a women's issue. This is not a women's issue. This is a community issue. And it would be an honor to at least build this in together. And wherever area feels really good for you to tap into, I really beckon to your deepest ethical impulse, whether you want to work with survivors directly or you want to support the reception of survivor stories and the databasing of those stories and helping us create like a front-facing database that is so needed in our space, or being supportive in the enforcement of ethical values in our community, because we are so missing that. I know we're so afraid of regulation in the psychedelic community. Like, we like shudder at the idea of any kind of big brother like looking at us and enforcing morality. But unless we have something that says these are our values and we're going to hold everyone accountable to this, and when there is deviation, there will be natural consequence, this shit is going to fall through the cracks forever and ever. So there are a lot. Let's do it. I see Mother Jaguar and I see Leo and I see some other folks. So I'm just going to let whoever wants to raise their hand like come and speak on it, because Mother Jaguar has been doing incredible work in this space. I started getting these fucking stories about the Atlantean ayahuasqueros over here, and it was looking ugly, and I'm still praying for these women. So shout out to you, Mother Jaguar, for everything you've been doing. And yeah, let's get into it.
I love you so much. I love you so much, and I'm so grateful, and I'm big over here. I know I haven't gotten a chance to like reach out to you personally, but I have been watching you. I've been watching you really hard, just because being here in Atlanta, working with this medicine, after you've worked with it for so many years, you start to go through these different cycles of harm that maybe newcomers maybe not get a chance to see yet. So I get to see how this medicine grows, and then I see how it retracts, and I see how it can be harmful, especially in vulnerable positions without a firm foundation of ethics supporting it, or a community supporting it. And so not having enough resources here in Atlanta has been really difficult, but I went door to door to all of the elders that I knew and said, hey, I don't have the bandwidth to carry this by myself. I have too many women coming to me in ceremonies saying that they sat with Yawa, who was Colin. He's a there that first started here in Atlanta, that was harming young women, grooming them, making them assistants or making them apprentices, and then hooking up with them sexually. And a couple of other brothers who was down here in Atlanta doing that. So the issue that I've seen the most with Atlanta is that, we were building the plane as we were flying it. And then we had to come back to earth, and say, hey, this harm is happening. How do we govern that? How do we deal with that, especially not wanting to go to the police, about it, just because this is a very, sensitive thing to even talk about. We don't want to go to jail behind sitting in ceremonies trying to heal. But what I would say is that there needs to be what you're doing, what I know other people are doing. There just needs to be a networking of sharing information and education and resources
in each state. So we do have the capacity to help people that come and say, hey, I don't know how to deal with this. I had a session with, say, a Reiki artist, anybody that's in the healing arts, that I feel uncomfortable and I don't know how to face this. I need somebody to face it with me. You know, I think here in Atlanta, we're really looking for more resources because I can't hold all of this by myself. And, you know, over the course of like maybe 10 years, I swear I've had more than a dozen women and men come out stating that they've been harmed in ceremonies or had sexual advances. They were made to feel uncomfortable. But you know, I think it just needs to be like an overall conversation of like what cities are doing what, and let's get a meeting together so we can share resources, you know, and say, here's how I help the women that come to us, you know, because what you're doing is phenomenal. You're providing financial resources for people that have been harmed, that this took them out the loop for a little while after working with the medicine. It could have been their last resort working with this medicine. And now they got another harm yet to try to process and transmute in their lives. So I love that. I love that you're doing that work. The Achilles heel of all of this is having to take this to the police. You know, that's the first thing. And educating people on how to really confront or to be, you know, okay. So this is, you can see this, I'm getting irritated, but I hate it when I hear someone come out and say that they've been violated. And then the community says, what did you do to cause that? Or they shut them down, or they don't allow them to speak about their experience, or they shun them, you know, because they want to stay connected to that pseudo shaman, you know, character, whoever that is. They want that connection, and something about being around them validates what they're doing. So they're in the trenches with that. So they want to be on the side of that person. But we need to educate people on how to, like, when somebody comes and say they want to share something of confidence with you, this is how you should respond, you know, not with your own judgment, you know.
Absolutely.
So
We need many more trauma-informed practitioners in our space, because these exact gaslighting things, what did you do to provoke that? Or the new age community being like, you attracted that. That person was in alignment with who you are. That's what you're vibrating at. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you say anything to the sort that people have attracted their abuse, period. And that is super pervasive in the spiritual community. And I have to say, but it's like, just because you eat a lot of medicine or take a lot of drugs does not make you trauma informed or a good person or in any way ready to receive these stories. This kind of care, as you're speaking to, is like actually requires humility and understanding. We cannot intuit how to respond to a survivor. I think that does take time to learn.
right.
And certainly what you're speaking to is like sharing notes with each other. Please get into my DMs, Mother Jaguar, because how have we not been talking actively? How have we not been sharing notes with each other? You know what I mean? I'm
Right.
like, no, we're doing
Well,
very
I was
similar
watching
things.
everything. Granted, I was watching everything that was going on, and I wanted to give space to your healing, and not want to get involved with speaking that way. I have been talking to Charlotte. I have been talking to Gabby, like checking up on you and finding out what was going on. And they told me about the organization that you were building. What is it called again?
We were helping out with Tapped Out Coalition.
Tapped Out Coalition. So I haven't paid attention, but definitely after today, I'm definitely going to get into your DM so we can have a chat.
And I will be in Atlanta for 2 weeks come March 17th. So hope to be able to cross paths with you as well. And this work is ongoing. Thank you so much, Mother Jaguar, for everything that you've done in your community. And I really honor you. And I bless these matriarchal networks. There's some visions that I'm birthing, certainly. Tapped Out Coalition is a group of like mostly anonymous beings all coming together. There's like 7 of us that have been fueling the Ancestor Project action. But certainly it's a lot bigger than that, because as soon as we went forward about that, then other people not affected by the Ancestor Project have been coming forward, right? So it's like Tapped Out is the AP, right? The Ancestor Project. That's where that name comes from. But there's something much bigger, much different than that. And there's Epic, there's Shine, there's a bunch of other ones popping off. So please keep your eyes and ears open for EPIC, EPIC. It's an acronym, and then SHINE, capital SHINE. It's very meaningful that people are already doing this work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And something that I think you mentioned also, Mother Jaguar, is like when people are green, right, to the space. Sometimes people are coming as a last resort. I will say people seeking out psychedelic healing are an at-risk population inherently. Maybe all other interventions have failed them. Maybe they feel like they have zero community. Maybe they've heard so much about the healing power that these medicines can have. And so they put all of their power into the hands of a practitioner. They literally waive their agency to trust someone. And people that prey on those innocents, they put themselves in those positions of power. There is an inherent power dynamic that I think people need to understand. An intake process is a power dynamic. One person knowing that much about another human being, their deepest fears, their greatest triumphs, the history of their life growing up as a kid, that's a powerful position. That's a lot of access to a person's internal wisdom and keys to unlock and get into them. And it's amazing that people don't see that. It's amazing that as soon as you start opening your mouth and telling a practitioner your darkest fears, that they're automatically in the driver's seat. And oftentimes people know very little about their practitioners. Their practitioners will not let off a damn thing about themselves. And people think, oh, it's because they're such a good practitioner, they don't talk about themselves. It's like, no, they're learning everything about you. And there are certainly some red flags, some yellow flags, and EPIC put together an incredible psychedelic ethics flagging system that I see Rick Luna has raised his hand. So like, I'm gonna give the floor to Rick Luna, and while I'm doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and drop those resources for you.
Is it possible that I can go first? Because I was waiting with Mother Jaguar.
Absolutely. I mean, this is your space, so please go ahead.
Rick, is that all right with you? Okay. Thanks, Rick. So I found myself getting like so upset and so like just triggered when you were talking. And I realized it's because, you know, I worked for a long time with men that were locked up in the jail and in the criminal system and in the prison system. And so I feel that's where all my compassion is, right? I'm like feeling for these criminals, right? So like my heart just goes out to these criminals. And I just wanted to read a paragraph about Entheos Society and our view on criminals because it's come up quite a bit recently. We had a man who'd been in prison for 30 years, a man of color, and a person on our board didn't want him on the board. And I was like, he's served his time. His case was taken up by a human rights group. Like, it just, she's a criminal. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like mind blown as I realized, like, wow, there are people all around us that have so much psychedelic entitlement and they don't recognize the social justice piece about doing work to fight the impacts of a racist drug war. So I'm just going to read this real quick. Non-exclusionary accountability model. Entheos Society promotes a non-exclusionary status towards all people in the plant medicine community. We do not advocate for excluding those who have wronged others because we do not believe ostracizing people from the community village and utilizing shame and abandonment techniques are effective tools to change behavior, which is often rooted in trauma. The shamanic indigenous practice of bringing people back into the community to feel held, listened to, and seen as valued members allows individuals who have been labeled the outsider to feel that the community is invested in them and encourages them to take accountability. People need to feel safe and invested in order to heal and look at themselves. We advocate for a plant medicine community based in kindness, collective learning, and supporting all community members in receiving the support they need to change. The Western model of punishment for community members who have committed wrongdoing or potential wrongdoing cultivates an environment of exclusion and drives such individuals away from the village. where they are more likely to cause increased harm due to a sense of isolation and shame. No one changes their behavior based on shame models, and the shamanic indigenous view is that we are all interconnected. This means that the poison and pollution of our society cannot be tucked away and hidden, where it will fester, because that poison is also connected to us. By seeing each individual, each creature, and part of this universe as being intrinsically connected with us, we take responsibility for one another by recognizing our interrelatedness, which presents an opportunity for investment in the poisoned parts of ourselves and our communities. This does not mean that we cut short accountability measures within our sacred village, but we do not promote a vision of exclusion or hatred as a tool for change. Thank you.
I hear that. And if there is open willingness to accept the truth of what a person has done, right, then we can bring in, right? We can certainly bring in. And you mentioned like shamanic indigenous models like a few times, and I will also say that a lot of our ancestors absolutely did have a special place to feed the lives of people that have caused extreme harm in community, right? Like it's it takes a lot of effort and a lot of energy to call these brothers in and welcome them to the fire for accountability measures. And if anyone wants to do that with Dre, and if anyone wants to do that with Oyi-san, please, I implore you. And we only went to those lengths with Andrea Wright because men had repeatedly and women had repeatedly called him in for reconciliation. And he either refused or was not receptive to it. So ideally, these models would work. Ideally, these models would work, but people have been largely fragmented from answering the call of community to come in together. And also, that labor should not be at the hands of survivors. Survivors do not need to hold space for their abusers, period. And I'm going to say that again. Survivors do not need to hold space for their abusers. That's not their job. That's our job. That's our job as community members. That's why I'm fucking showing up and I'm getting on calls with people that have caused harm, because survivors need to take care and be taken care of. And they do not owe that person audience at all. And I'm speaking as someone who's forgiven my own grandfather for abusing me, who sat at a witness stand at age 13 and told my story before a judge and a jury and was cross-examined. They cross-examined a 13-year-old and asked me what I was wearing in front of my abuser. Okay, like we don't need to put people through this process that are survivors and still licking their wounds. So I'm really here for calling in. I'm not here for cancel culture. I'm here for making a person's reputation current. I'm here for bringing a person's reputation current, because a lot of people are riding on the good faith that they've done in public, but behind closed doors, they've done heinous things. And I think people should be able to see the full scope of what practitioners are capable of being. And sometimes it's not possible for people to know what they're doing unless we openly have discourse about it. So I'm just here for discourse. No one said shame on you, Dre. No one said go fuck yourself. We all said this man put his hands around his wife's neck, and now she's speaking. And I'm here for that. And the only thing he had to say in response was, it's great when people reveal themselves because now you're the one who's free, right? Like he did some interesting things to spin what we've been trying to do to bring these stories forward. And I would love to see Andrea come in and let's have a real discussion about this. And many, many, many people have come before. So Leo, if you want to orchestrate that and if you want to mediate a conversation, I'm super there. I don't believe in incarceration. I don't think it's helpful. That's why I want to create enforcement within our little community so that we don't need to offer this to the judicial system, because it's broken anyway and it won't do anything to help anyone. So knowing a little bit about what I've learned about certain perps, many people have not actually lived with any consequences for their actions in their life, right? And I don't think shame is a helpful tool, but there is such thing as natural consequences. And natural consequences, I think, help teach people to learn what it is to be in the world, right? If someone's an asshole and they're constantly bitching people out and being rude to them, and now they have no friends because of it, that's just a natural consequence. We're not using shame to isolate you and exclude you. It's like you excluded yourself by being a jerk. I don't want to be blamed as a survivor and an advocate if we don't want to fuck with you anymore because you have shown yourself to not be a safe person to be around. So I think there's this very special place for people like you in this work. And if I used to volunteer at a women's resource center, and they had beautiful like domestic abuser support groups where these men would come together and other people would come together and they would do her rehabilitation work. And yes, I want people to do that work. So thank you, Leo, for having the heart to do that. I hope that survivors, the labor does not fall on them to do that work. There are others to do that work. So I wanted to hand it to the other brother, Rick. Thank you so much, Rick. And then I'm going to leave you with some actual tools that can be integrated at a practitioner level and also a journeyer level for protection and recalibrating the central nervous system. So thank you, Rick, for being here.
Yeah, I'll be quick too. Yeah, no, I'm another survivor that's found great peace and healing through plant medicines, and yeah, it's been an amazing journey for sure. And the only thing that's been effective, like I'd been doing therapy for years prior, and I always say like I've gotten more therapy done in 5 hours on mushrooms than I did like the whole 5 years prior to that. So earlier you'd mentioned like putting together like a nationwide network for exposure, and it dawned on me like I've already seen this happen. A couple of years, I've been training martial arts since 2010. I got a gold medal in 2015. I got first place in a jiu-jitsu tournament. Yeah, like I've been at this, for a while, and so naturally, like I kind of gravitated to some of the kung fu and martial arts content on YouTube, and found this online community that was put together mainly to expose people that are teaching what we call bullshido, which is just like phony martial arts, right? Like stuff that could actually get you killed. Like if you try to disarm, someone wielding a knife with that technique. And so to save people money, like don't pay to go see this guy, this little online scene kind of started to form about, exposing these phony kung fu teachers. And then a case came out, I think it was in like South Carolina, where it turns out this like karate instructor had abused like several kids. And then it turns out like he had already been busted for the same shit in a different state, right? Like he was able to just like move to a new area, open up a new school and get at it again. And so when we realized like this is way more important than, like the network was already there to start exposing. So now like anytime anything hit the internet about any abuse situation regarding martial arts, whether it's men, children, women, anything, immediately like, the internet gets to work and at least we can like prevent this, fucker from moving to a new area and setting up a new dojo. So, and then it was really similar. Like I'm kind of new to the psychedelic community here in about a year or so, and like, yeah, it blew my mind to hear like the same situation is happening in these places where people are like going to find peace and healing and enlightenment and end up deeper. Like that's just like, oh my, I try to imagine like my road to the healing I found and imagine along the way I ended up like getting just like some just done dirty. Like, yeah, it breaks my heart that's just going on. So
Thank you so
anyway,
much.
so I just want to like it is possible to build the type of network that you're talking about because I've seen
Thank
it.
you. And if you have anything like that you know, or if we can even see it like as a model, like please DM it to me or please hit me up on my Instagram. Look me up find me and share that with me, because it's so beautiful that these spaces, even though you're not in the that's not psychedelic like base, those models could still very much work in this space. So I'm really here to learn from each other and not have to reinvent the wheel. So Rick, if you would, like, if you have the URL for that, would love to take a look at how it's designed. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll dig something up. Yeah.
Thank you. And yeah, I mean, like, my approach is not even like probably the right approach, right? I mean, it's like I'm so full of flaws. I'm just like a simple human being that just been listening to people's stories, and I have so many fucking biases and blind spots and shit I don't want to deal with the full scope of what needs to happen when these things go down. But one thing that I will say is, like, I'm very survivor centric. That's period. That's just my perspective. Right now, I'm not in the let's take care of the harming party. I know that there's certainly a very special history with everyone who causes abuse, and they have their own traumas that they are working out. And I pray that those perfect people for them show out, you know what I mean? Because they deserve the care just as much as the people presently licking their wounds do. But for me, I take a very survivor centric approach, right? And if the person is coming to me about some shit, like, that's the person that I'm immediately providing care for. And so I will do that unapologetically. So I want to share with you just a couple of tools that I utilize within my practice to work with survivors and protect and tend to my own central nervous system as well. I want to give just a few plants as well, and just some basic practices that we teach in the eco-sensual training, and also that I just do with other folks. So I'm going to show you a really beautiful piece of technology. This is a faja. Has anyone seen a faja before? Raise your hand if you've seen a faja. Okay, like my midwifery daddies are gonna know what the fuck is this. Okay. So if y'all don't even know how to tie a faja, like, or you don't have access to a faja, like even a string of some kind, the umbilical cord is a very special place in the human body. It is where we attach, it is what we attach to. It was our first attachment. And what a lot of people don't know is that covering the belly and supporting the abdomen through protecting it is a really beautiful line of defense when working within healing spaces. So whether you are going into a plant medicine sit, or you're about to put hands on someone because you're about to do some healing work on them, or you're about to take an intake for a 30-minute call, like a discovery call, whatever the fuck it is, like when you're interacting with other people's energy, caretaking to sensitive stories, or exchanging energy with people, fajas can be very beneficial and valuable. So I'm just going to show you how I tie my faja. And this faja was gifted to me by a beautiful partera in my neighborhood. So we're just going to take the center of the faja, wrap around just like this. And oftentimes we will just do a nice tuck here. And wear this beautiful baby out, okay? Especially if you're on your moon time, like, this is a very helpful protector. And what I love even especially about that is, like, if you have amulets or bundles protection, tobacco is a wonderful protector. You can tuck them in your faja. So we have like immediate like shields on us, okay? And they could be any color, whatever color feels well for you. And one thing that I will say is that some of the longer ones, like I'm going to show you a rebozo. So this is a rebozo. So this is like a traditional baby carry, baby sling, also used in the birthing space as well. But I will say something that a lot of people might not have ever felt in their life is actual abdominal support. So we'll tie this up really good and give it a tie in the front. And so what we're also doing is, this is not on the waist. My waist is up here. we are giving the hip this beautiful like pressure, and we're doing pressure on all sides. That means if you're sitting in a sit for long hours, when people say, oh my gosh, my back hurts, it's because you don't have lower back support. Even people that do heavy weightlifting will support their back. We have a uterus here. Sorry, this is like a femme-centric like article, but your uterus is a muscle suspended by ligaments. So if you are able to add some support from the bottom, now you are also like empowering your core, right? And that's giving you a lot of power, a lot of strength, and putting less physical strain on your abdomen and back by doing that. So the faja is a powerful tool. The rebozo is a very powerful tool. And I know a lot of us who got our beautiful locks, something that I was always taught as well during ceremony, covering the head can be very important and very helpful. So as simple as just bringing cloth over your head, wrapping, being in a protective hairstyle. There's a reason it's called a protective hairstyle, okay? Just caretaking the space around your crown. It's super simple, but if no one's heard this, please hear it. Please hear it here. A lot of people are walking in and they got their hair all loosed out and like y'all just right for the picking. Three herbs. I mentioned tobacco in the pouch, right? If you have already been in a situation, say you've already been in a situation and you need to regulate your system and like cleanse yourself of a fucked up space. First line of defense for me is a plant bath. Plant baths are very meaningful and very helpful. And if you don't have plantitas, then salt. A salt bath can work just as well. And I know a lot of you probably already know about taking a bath afterwards to wipe your auric energy and like whatever attachments are clean. But I will say rosemary is a very powerful cleaning agent. Rosemary is a wonderful and powerful healing and cleaning plant, and it's very readily available if you can find it. And other plants I might want to work with to support the cleaning of the body, certainly lavender and salt. You can work with rose. Rose has thorns. Rose is soft. Rose is choosy as fuck. If you can get your hands on some rose and sit those in a beautiful bath, that could be incredible. And anytime working with water, plants, healing baths, anything that has liquid attached to it, please throw that water or a part of it out your back door and fling that shit out your back door. That's like that's an old practice, but we throw that water out the back door. So whatever has come onto you, the best way to kick a demon is to laugh in its face. Okay. Oh, it's just you again. It immediately like neutralizes their scary power, right? So if you can just throw it out the back door, it can also be a very meaningful and helpful practice for people that are survivors to be able to wash that away and to give that out and give that away. One of the last plants I like to work with is if people are, and I'm pretty much done here, but if you're tending to people that feel like low, soggy, depressed because of their experience, or like heavy, like I won't get out of bed, cayenne pepper. It seems very simple, but cayenne pepper, either in the food or cayenne pepper like in your shoes, that pep in your step can like really push you out of a dark and heavy place. And I guess to just close out, there's so many more things, obviously. So thank you so much for hearing me. Eco Essential training starts in June, and I will continue to do this work forever and ever. So find me. You can look up Mushwomb, Mushwomb, anywhere, and find me. I'm extremely accessible. And I'm just going to share a song to just close out this hour. Thank you for having me, Leo. This song is a healing remedy for me. It's a song that I like to carry with me when I'm needing help. It's a Nahuatl song, and I will tell you the translation after I sing it in Nahuatl. Bambani Satsola, Bambani Satsola, Ikano Tino Yolo. Katukamati, that song means take this flower. Take it because I love you. I love you with my whole heart. And I hope that anything that I've shared with you has been, yeah, just contemplated. This is a very short time to be spending together to talk about this topic, but thank you for allowing me to share it. And this is continued work. I hope we can keep sharing flowers with each other, healing with flowers, and healing with these plantitas, and yeah, building that network so that we can all be better. Thank you. Ashe Mateo.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. And we're at the top of the hour, so I'm going to ask Sister Kether, Nikki, it's your time. Thank you.
Peace, peace. Thank you. I'm so grateful that we can be having these discourse. Because the things that I'm going to share, I think is a continued conversation in that. Before I begin, I just wanted to first speak to our oneness and love, absolute love and patience. Recognizing that sometimes there is a place for garnered wisdom to arrive in due time, that there is no correct way to move this, and that it only is. And with that, I ask for grace and I offer grace in all accounts. And I know that what unfolds is the medicine required. When I speak to sovereign, specifically, I mean, in the context that I speak of it, is absolute removal of external validation. So I wanted to start there. So what I love to do, because working with the body is a special thing for me, because I recognize that the body is what we use to traverse this multidimensional space here. So in understanding that, I recognize that all of our cultures, all of the way we speak, it all still comes back to this common denominator for us to understand ourselves further. So I'd love to play a game with you all, if you don't mind. It's a visualization game. And what I'd love for us to do is I'm going to walk us through a visualization. And I'm going to give us a prompt. And when you meet the prompt, I invite you to allow for your imagination to have an answer until we finish our journey. It should take us about 3 minutes. Okay, and remember your answers. This is important, okay? All right. So imagine yourself in a forest. And I want you to just have a description of what that forest feels like and what it looks like. Okay? Now, in this forest, there is a pathway. And I invite you to take that pathway and you come to a body of water. What is that body of water for you? Now I'm going to ask that you cross that body of water. How do you do so? You've reached the other side of the water source. Now you meet a bear. I need you to get past that bear. How do you do so? So you've gotten past the bear, however you've done it, if you've done it, and you've come to a rock. On top of the rock, there is a cup. What does the cup look like? Now, do you take that cup with you, or do you leave it when it's time for us to move on? Now, towards the end of our journey, we meet ourselves at the beach. What do you see on this beach? What does this beach look like? So real quickly, somebody, anyone, popcorn style, what was your water source? Was it deep? Was it wide? What kind of water source? Anyone?
It was ocean.
It was an ocean. Okay. All right. Keep that in mind. How did you feel in the forest? What did it look like to you? How did it feel in the forest?
Relaxing for me.
Relaxing. Okay. All right. What about the bear? Did anyone have any challenges getting past the bear?
No, my
How'd you
bear
get?
was sleeping. My bear was sleeping, so I just walked by. I just didn't bother them.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go down the prompt and I'm going to just do a quick reflection for us, okay? The forest is a representation of how you feel about your life. Was it scary in that forest? It was calm in that forest, right? How about the bear? The bear represented how you deal with your problems. How'd you get past that bear? You went back into the water until it went away. Okay, that's some avoidance right there. Okay, all right. Okay, that's fair. Yes. Now, were you able to get over the body of water? And how? How did you do it? You swam. Okay, Mother Jaguar, you swam. Okay, okay. You walked and swam. Okay, wonderful. Okay. The water represents your sexuality. So think about the kind of water source. Think about the depth of it. What was their life in it? Was it shallow? Was it wide and flowing? Was it a trickle? Okay. How about the cup? The cup represented it represented opportunity. Now, what did the cup look like? Some people, their cup looked like trash, literal trash. Some people have told me that their cups look like gorgeous goblets. How about the beach? What was on your beach? Some people have told me that their beach had an iceberg on it, like the sand and an iceberg. Danny says, spoke to the bear, swam across, took the cup, wooden cup, and beach food drinks. Okay, wonderful. Marie says a bonfire. Akura Temple of Tantra says people were selling things. There was lively conversation. There was laughter. The beach represents how you feel about your social life. Now, why am I starting with this? I'm starting with this game so that we can take a look at ourselves without necessarily taking a look at ourselves, right? So that we can allow ourselves to be honest with ourselves without necessarily being in an egoic balance, a polarization, if you will. So now when it comes to us making choices and deciphering through our polarizations, we can recognize that our minds are going to offer different projections, different identities, different reactionary experiences of the vessel because of wherever we're polarized. So I call myself an intimate alchemist because I focus in on the intimacy of the body, the intimacy with self, intimacy with our loved ones, and intimacy with the world we are experiencing. And being that, I recognize that there needed to be some sort of understanding of what keeps center for this understanding, this intimate alchemist. What is intimacy for me? So in order to do that, and even how I use it with my interaction with entheogens, the intimacy has everything to do with understanding that I am infinite, therefore everything exists. Observation is consent to matter. And observation meaning the observation of our polarization. So if I say that I'm stupid, my vessel will understand that and take that on. And I will act it out. And in addition to me acting it out, I will then call in others who are connected to me because we are one, and they will treat me as I am stupid. Now, sometimes I don't necessarily know that I think I am stupid. What Todd discussed earlier was about constructs, but in other cultures, sometimes we call it systems. We may call it egregore. There are lots of different names for the same thing. And as I understand it, the reason I was given the name Keter is because Keter is previous to the polarizations, the duality. So understanding that while there is duality in everything, there is also trinity in everything. And so to be able to step out of the duality It allows us space in the vessel, in the mind. It allows us space to put down the polarizations, which is why we use and why we are taught by our entheogens, why we lean into our plant cesters and our fungi and our animal medicine. And we're all coming from very different places. And we're all not going to follow the same path as each and every one of us. So again, grace is so important in this. I have sat before and sat with predators. I have sat with people who have committed taking a life. And we have been able to go to the depths of the depths to find the roots of these things. Now, if we have challenges in navigating our forests in our own imaginations, certainly there may be some discrepancy in how we are navigating or assuming how we should navigate us and ourselves. So coming back to play, coming back to understanding and being in our bodies, there are many tools in order to do so. In addition to recognizing that we are infinite and therefore everything exists, everything already exists, that means I need only move into my frequency of it. My entheogens assist me in doing this. It shuts down my prefrontal cortex so that I may observe all else, be able to project my consciousness in other aspects of our infinite universe in relationship to the vessel that I am perceiving my world. And so in that, the mirror principle comes into play, where then I have to recognize when I look around me, I am perceiving the window to the soul. I am looking at my soul and what is happening before me. What conversation am I having with myself? As uncomfortable as it is, as all powerful as we are, that is our primordial pleasure of things. The pain and the pleasure. All aspects of what we are. And so the question is, what identity are we consenting to play the role in? Now, all of what I'm saying has only come from the depths of my work through orgasm. I've been multi-orgasmic since I was 17. From multi-orgasm, it allowed me to play with the length of my orgasm. And as it did that, I started to understand what it was to take my raw sexual energy, life force energy, ka, my ashe, my chi, my prana, my ohas. We all got all the names for them, but it still is the function of the body. And so I was able to learn how to take the raw life force energy, that energy that when you feel horny, the thing that makes those the predatorial energies happen. Because the predator is truly just the hero, the victim. It's the permission to forget your sovereignty. Why I would need to save you. Why I would need to be saved. Now that does not mean help. That does not mean support. So, in understanding the body, the intimacy with the body, I also sit in the navigation of what is the value source of my decision making? What is the value source of of how I consent to matter. And what I mean by that is, what is my why? And is my why coming from a sovereign space? Does my why understand that I am infinite and therefore everything already exists? Does my why understand that the consent of my mind, the consent of the navigation of my emotions and the polarization of my emotions will bring me to a space and place? And when I say I don't only mean the vessel that you are walking with, right? But we're also talking about the information and the DNA of what we have been carrying generation after generation after generation. This is a passing the torch game. It's a forever passing the torch game. Because how many selves actually exist in your one vessel? And then the selves that we rotate in our everlasting ancient way of being. So with that, I want to acknowledge that when we're using the entheogens, we are slowing down the prefrontal cortex, the part of our minds that hold the repository, the information that says this is right, this is wrong, this is what gives morality, this is what doesn't. This is the kind of world I prefer to live in, and this is what does not. So when we shut down that prefrontal cortex, we are always looking to reconcile between our unseen or our shadow and our physical reality, our presence. So a lot of my work is around utilizing the aroused energy of the body, because when we find aroused energy, we find polarization. And when we find the polarization, we may want to be okay with that polarization. We might be perfectly fine with it. But we may not, and we may want to put that down. And we all have our path. And there are levels, very deep, deep levels to all of this. So where I work, when I'm working with my medicine of orgasm, I actually I speak with Riziki about this, where we go under the we go into the code of things. We go into the substrate of things. That's why Tantra talks about weaving. You're weaving the story. You're tapping points of perception in our infinite universe. That's why when you see the entheogenic eyes, when you go through those tunnels, they're all frames of our existence that we've decided to string together and traverse. And so there are densities that we have to move through. It is a process. It is just a process. And it does require us to feel it. So I started to integrate not only arousal in work, not only Tantra, not only Ayurveda, not only cognitive behavioral therapy, not only trauma-informed kink practices and martial arts. We need all of it. So it's not a class. It's for us to allow our earthly culture to be seen. Why it's so necessary for us to get out of our own way. This is the benefit of the teachers of our entheogens and our fungi and our animal medicines. So if we do get into a fight or an argument, we have to understand that this is the process. So can you shift your response to as close as sovereignty as you can get? We may have to crawl there. We may have to be witnessed by many, the pain, the joy. the vulnerability. This is what I find is the beauty in our work, in working with our entheogenic ways, our psychedelic movement, as we are calling it. But if we can even not polarize the entheogens and allow them to be woven in to our culture overall, so that we may share, so that we may melt those walls and the over compartmentalization that we have done from our old paradigm, because we were so polarized to the patriarchal way of moving. With that, I wanted to just share, I've spoken for about 30 minutes. I wanted to just open up conversation about what does that look like for you in your perceptions of what we are, and if any of this even resonates. And I want to invite, because I know that Riziki has much to share around this as well, so I want to open it up to her firstly, and whatever it is that she wishes to share around this topic, and then everyone, questions or whatever it might be that comes through for you.
Thank you, Keither, and thank you everyone who's on the call and the wonderful host that put this together. This is very necessary. So yes, I'm Riziki Zafira, founder of Akura Temple of Tantra, founder of Akura Tantra, and this working with medicine, with plant medicine, animal medicine, has been I don't even know the word to describe it, but it's been beautiful. It's been a beautiful complement to the work. And there's so many ways I could go with this, and I'm just trying to feel where I want to harness. When I came in on the call, we were talking about predators and those who are unethical in all sorts of work, victims and villains and all the things. And so I could just say, in the work I do in Tantra, harm reduction is very important. For those who are familiar with me, I don't, excuse my expression, F around when it comes to being integral, when it comes to safety, when it comes to people being able to experience this kind of healing, being super vulnerable, being nude, physically, emotionally, mentally, all these things. And harm reduction has been such a vital piece in my work in training practitioners and holding space. And my reasoning for bringing in plant medicine in my tantric work is to not only administer healing, but also to help spirit show what has been hidden. So one thing I started incorporating, and I want to talk about harm reduction a little bit, and hopefully everyone can kind of grab from this, but especially when it comes to training practitioners, there are oaths and contracts that have to be signed. There's a system of accountability that is put in place. There are certain medicinal and shamanic ceremonies that are taking place to bring out that which people try to hide. There's no way to hide ego. There's no way to hide certain aspects of yourself with this plant medicine. So before people graduate, I sit them in a ceremony, because it's very important if you're going to be out there holding space for people and traversing through their dimensions and all these things. You have to be integral, and it's not about being absolutely perfect. We all have shadows. It's, are you authentic enough to be accountable and address what's coming up for you? Another thing with tantric work and entheogens is that it really does help a person be in the body. So as Nikki explained, how our body is a vessel to experience, in the work I do, I really treat it as a gateway between the physical and the spiritual world. So allowing us to really traverse through our bodies to see what's there, what pain, what trauma, what memory is stored in our muscles, stored in our womb space, stored in your what is it? The oh my goodness, prostate, stored in your ovaries, your eggs, your sperm, like all the things. all the things that all the portals that your body has. And if you think of it, we talk about the body being the temple, and in these temples, in your temple, there's shrines, and on these shrines there's characteristics and qualities and shadows and memories and capabilities and all these things that rest there, and the entheogens really help awaken and activate and bring these things to the surface so that they can be addressed. Again, it's so deep when we talk about entheogens in this work, sensuality, sexuality, which, by the way, like, we're all having a cosmic orgy right now. And so one of my passions is to help people remove such this negative, scary, fearful association with sexual energy and the healing power that it has. How in this work there is a lot of things that come up when it comes to sensuality, sexuality, intimacy, being intimate with ourselves and other people, whether it's personal, business, or just community. And while there's such fear and shame around these topics in the shamanic spiritual communities, and as spiritual beings, life force, sexual energy, all of it is the same. And to run away from one part is still running away from yourself. So I'm just here to really listen and learn and just give thanks and share my wisdom and experience that I've been gaining in this journey of pairing plant medicine, animal medicine with Tantra. And as a matter of fact, right now, I'm at a couple's house because we've been spending the weekend with them doing tantric work and combo and psilocybin and changa. And oh my gosh, to witness how many relationships could be saved, how much more love could be awakened when we're aware of how the problems that we're, quote unquote, problems that we're experiencing in this dimension is really stemming from what's existing in these other realms that don't even have to do with your partner. And so it's a beautiful journey to kind of just witness how this medicine works in all forms, from disease to ailments to belief systems to all the things. And like I said, I can go on for days, and it's a very deep topic. And I just want to end with this. And hopefully this could be useful for all medicine men and women in this work. And specifically because we deal with sexual energy, I just would like to kind of educate real quick on the 7 sciences of sexual energy that hopefully in some part of our journey we're all able to incorporate and heal from, and heal with, or activate within ourselves and each other. So Akura Tantra, we work in these realms of sensual sexual energy. So we all know the first, one of the main reasons a lot of people talk about this sensual sexual energy is reproduction. So the first science, of course, reproduction, but not only birthing of children, but birthing our ideas, right? And giving so much love to our ancient tantric doulas who not only utilize some entheogens to get in touch with the spirit of the child before they even got here, but was able to also understand the web of creation that allowed these beautiful sacred unions to manifest on our planet. The second science of sex is regeneration. So understanding, like, even with the orgasmic energy, there are organs, parts of our bodies that we can regenerate with this vital life force energy for our healing and empowerment. The third science is neurological development. And even Sister Nikki talked a little bit about this, how although one portion of your brain is kind of shut down in a sense, but it's awakening all these other portals and pathways and gateways to information. So utilizing sexual energy along with these entheogens really help us tap into these 7 sciences of sex, sexual energy. The fourth one is enlightenment, right? The fifth one is elemental science. So when we talk about the substratum and substrate, as we all know, for those who have to grow, are all these little, ingredients within this material that allows for creation to continue creating. So we're giving thanks to the fire, the earth, the wind, the waters, the ether, and really understanding how the entheogens allow us to tap into our substratum, tap into the creation the parts of creation that's responsible for how we're created and the life that we create. The other science is ancestral. And again, 7 generations forward, 7 generations backwards, to witness a woman who's postmenopausal get her period activated again, freaking amazing. And it's a beautiful clearing. And the last one, magnetism. And there's other ones as well. But just to educate more, and hopefully as a community, we are opening our minds and willing to explore how tapping into this topic of sensual sexual energy and intimacy paired with entheogens can really help our community as a whole. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's the thing is we're looking at, remember, we have a whole planet. We have world leaders that reflect this same behavior that was being addressed in previous what Michaela and excuse me, Michaela and Mother Jaguar have been working on. It's an energy, it's an insidious energy. This predatorial energy. 90% of sexual violations are done by people that we know. So we can take it in sections and industries, but the truth is that we just need to make this culture. So in all of the ways for us to be able to start to integrate some of these understandings around sexuality, it won't seem so daunting for us to bridge it in any way. So I did see a question. What does consent to matter mean? So when I say consent to matter, what I'm talking about is if we acknowledge that we are one, and we acknowledge that we are infinite, that we are an infinite everything. Everything already exists. So learning how to navigate our minds, being able to stay calm and not necessarily be triggered, maybe not getting lost in our story. What Harriet said earlier, right? It's not real. Now, the experiences we have are real, but we are co-creating all of this together, and we're playing these roles. So the entheogens help us to be able to see that.
Can I speak on it a little bit, Nikki?
Sure. I wanted to see if there was anyone else that
Yeah, I got a little something I can add to it since
Please.
we're on the subject. So
Yeah, please.
I when it comes to like tantra or tantric stuff, like it's something like I remember seeing the Kama Sutra like in the bookstore like anybody else, but the idea of like sex and spirituality like merging somehow was just like not something I'd ever considered until it happened, right? And like me and my girlfriend, we would have these nights where we'd do mushrooms together, and there was just like this one night where, man, we melted into each other, and it was just like, oh, that's what all that stuff's been about, and it's something very ancient too, like some of these like carvings you see of these like Indian temple like celebrating like sexual union as like a temple and whatnot and stuff. But yeah, it's some really potent stuff, and I've been really fortunate. I've been cultivating mushrooms for a while, and there's like having a night on mushrooms, and then there's that psychedelic experience where you just tap into something so deep, like it changes you forever. It stays with you. You'll never forget it. It's like, and like I've had several of those experiences and noticed like on days when I already had some good energy going, like, me and my brother played guitar together, or I did a bunch of martial arts and jujitsu and would like transfer that good energy over into my trip. And the most potent of those energies was like the sex energy you're talking about. The times where like me and my woman like, you know, had that like union, and then, you know, she had to go to bed, but I stayed up and drank a cup of mushroom tea, and like transferring that potent sex energy over was like, man, my third eye ain't been open like that. Yeah, it's just like a whole nother top floor of the building or something. So anyway, I can definitely like relate to some of that. Try to keep it PG-13, you know, but
Yeah,
that's my share.
thank you. Thank you. No, this is beautiful. This is you know, when I what I found when it comes to orgasm, orgasm not being perceived as as just a quick blip in a climax or arousal, right? But rather a continued depth of sensation that we get also through entheogens, because it's always accessible. It's always accessible. So even if you don't have the entheogens, you can travel. So being able to tap into that, to where you get into your gamma state, your theta state, your alpha wave state, and usually where we're at when we're in our defense mode, when we're in our trauma mode, we're in our beta minds. We're in our beta minds. And so to be able to this is the purpose of tapping into the entheogens, and they all have different speeds, personalities, intentions, and depending on your intimacy, they will take you on these rides. They'll take you on these rides, and depending on what entheogen you're working with and how deep our ego goes, you know, it is possible also to skew the messages that come through as well. So it's a process. It is a process. And also I want to tap in on understanding that orgasm does not always have to be related to body sex. This is why I'm mentioning prana. This is why I'm mentioning ka. The sensations. You can arouse to anger. You can arouse to curiosity. It is a medium. It is a medium, and what you put in that medium, how you navigate your emotions, how you navigate your clearing of your beta mind, your slowing down of your beta mind. It will shift how your body responds, and also give you a different world to interact with. So now that we can be present to understanding that the womb has been under duress for some time. It's been enslaved to limiting belief systems. When we actually begin to wake up our wombs, I remember the first time I did Bufo. Actually, no, the second time I did Bufo. First time I did Bufo, I had a universal orgasm, and I felt the entire world connected, and the level of love that I had felt only in my body was now, the whole world was my body. When I tapped into Bufo the second time, I put down slavery from my womb, and I didn't even know I was holding it. I didn't even know that I was holding a perception that was filtered by slavery in my womb. And so I wasn't even able to understand love the way I understand love now. And I couldn't even tell you what love was and how I perceived it before. But once I was able to put it down, it shifted and opened up everything. So I do want to leave space for any other things that might be coming up, discomforts, questions.
I'll share something.
Sure, yeah.
So I was feeling really like upset about you know, just the discussion about criminals and stuff. And I was sharing with Michaela privately like that that you going into this place of challenging duality and looking at Trinity seem like so fitting, because I feel like this giant triangle just comes orbiting into space. Like that's you know what I mean? That's like, let's move beyond this linear framework, guys. Here's a big old triangle swinging through the sky. But that brings me to something that I really am fascinated with, which is aliens. And I'm not sure if you follow Erica Badu stuff, but she talks about, like, she's kind of part of, I think, this like group of Black people, that's my understanding, that had this concept that they're, you know, like from a spaceship. And I'm just wondering, curious if you've had any alien interactions, or
Yes.
if you have any thoughts about like aliens and Black people, because if you think about Black people being the longest people on the planet, like of anyone, then they would be the most evolved species. You know what I mean? Not species, but like, do you know what I mean? Because they've been on the planet the longest. So if the aliens have been tinkering with us or something, I'm just really into sci-fi. I just think it's interesting. I have a Black friend, he's my husband's friend, but he always talks about how Blacks are the original Jews. Not sure if you're familiar with that whole.
I'm familiar with that as well.
Yeah, he's big on that one. Anyway, I was just
Yeah.
curious.
Yeah, no, I have deep connections with our extraterrestrial family reflections. And when I think of evolved, I think in time frame. However, when we're in our human spaces and places, it's a bit more, the perception is a bit more linear. However, when we start perceiving from the other aspects of our consciousnesses, we experience time in and out. I've certainly experienced time restart, or not. It may have been perceived to be restart, or jumped into another timeline where I redid something physically. I've traded in my heart-shaped womb for a healthy womb. I've been able to do that. Extraterrestrials have helped me through some ceremonial work. There have also been extraterrestrials that I've encountered that are not friendly. So I know a lot of what we're talking about here in entheogens have been healing work. However, I have a huge community of people that use entheogens for exploration and travel, and to bring information back. So these are not only for healing tools. I just want to read. Nicole said, "Wow, this is powerful. How do we find out more about the work you both do around this?" Sure, I'll drop in my links. And Damali, your hand is raised.
Yes. Thank you for everything you shared. Catherine and I have been in close community for a while, and I just wanted to also acknowledge, because I have been on this call for on and off for the last few hours, and I'm really happy and grateful that we've brought this conversation and brought sexuality and sexual expression into this conversation. I'm happy for that, because I think it's important to really acknowledge and start to think about the broad or the breadth of that, right? And that we're not just only thinking about sexual expression, as you mentioned, Katha, from a body perspective, that energy, the energy of orgasm and of sexuality, it cuts across everything that we experience in these human bodies. And it is an essential piece when you're talking about spirituality, when you're talking about medicine journeys, when you're talking about that fullness, that experience of being quote unquote outside of your body. And I'm really hoping to learn more and see more and interact with more fullness of conversation around plant and animal medicine, connecting it and understanding how it intersects and interplays with sexual expression, how it can be joined and integrated with that, without shame and without these sort of not colonized, but like systemized expressions of it. So I'm just grateful for this conversation. I'm hoping that more of this can be shared and integrated in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's a community conversation, and it's going to require all of us. So Leo asked, do you feel like entheogens increase ESP and psychic abilities? So again, I'm asking us to step into a more sovereign space and understanding that the entheogens are teaching us, right? So what happens is when the entheogens shut down that prefrontal cortex, that repository mind where we hold all of our traumas, when it shuts that down for a bit so that we can expand our thought process in a different way, in a more expanded way, what happens is our natural connectivity kicks in. So we're all psychic. We all have ESP. We all have healing abilities. We all have auric fields that will connect and be able to feel and tap into all of the things. We have those abilities. The challenge here, and if I could be so crass in saying, we have to cash in on the shadow, cash in on the pain, cash in on transmute what the knots that we have in the woven polarizations that we have in our experience. Because when we unwrap them, what it actually does is the pain that you are holding in your body, just like a knot that you have when you've been working out and there's an overcompensation in your body, when you open up those knots, your body has more flow, more energy. So the same goes for your emotions. The same goes for your emotions. So if you're able to open up those static parts of our minds, if we're able to open that up, and sometimes it requires years, sometimes it requires a collective, sometimes it requires a sit down with some bufo, whatever it might be. Maybe it's all of it. But that opens up our natural abilities. The things that we think we can't do, we can. My teacher starts fires with his fingers. We see people being able to withstand enormous amounts of pain. We see when an angry mother has to get her child up from underneath a car, she's able to pick up that car. So how are we going to ignore and omit that? If it exists out here, it exists in here. And so I want more of that. And this is what I consent to matter. This is what I will continue to cultivate. Uncoil the cord for electricity and flow. Exactly. This is what the body is doing, because all of the stories, all the traumas are sitting in your blood. It's sitting in your body, and then we affect each other. You can research the 100 monkey theory if you wish. Or you can just play a game with your friends, 5 really good friends, and just start doing the same things for a little while, and you will start to see how easily it is that you're now sharing memories. You're picking each other's up in your dreams. This is the power of community. We amplify. The power of community amplifies. So I encourage you to, in landing this, be mindful of where you want to navigate your thoughts and your emotions. So I am going to end it there. If I do serve as well as walk through getting to the root of your sexual trauma, as well as expanding your orgasmic and pleasure centers, as well as now's the time, is moving through our grieving our old lives, which we are doing collectively. So I'm happy to assist, and I'm also currently still working together, all of us. So thank you. Yeah, peace. And so I believe, Umo, I'm looking forward to hearing you speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's so juicy, and I just felt infused by this. I was like, oh, I wish I would have got here sooner. Yes, and I love that you were bringing the talking about the sexual energy pieces. So hello, everybody. I'm going to talk to you about astrology and psychedelics. I'm very excited to share with you today. So I'm going to talk about things, and then later on, if anybody knows their chart or has their astrological chart available, we can dive in and weave some things in. So if you guys have your charts, or you have access to them, maybe pull them up, and then later on in the conversation, we can play, okay? All right.
Umo, I'll hold my hand up and say, if anybody doesn't have that and you want to put either privately to me, put in the chat your exact birth time and date and location, I will pull later.
Oh, awesome. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for doing that. Okay. And my name's Umwa Luna. I don't care if you get it right, because I know it's a hard name, and if I was worried about that, I'd be upset all the time. All right, so I've been studying astrology for about 30 years now, which I don't like to say, but because I like to pretend I'm younger, but that's okay. So about 30 years now, I've been studying astrology, and it's got to the point that astrology is now like a psychedelic experience for me. And it comes to me in my dreams, and it comes to me like an experience or a trip, whatever you want to call it, when transits come in. And it's just this really beautiful, transformative experience. And I know that everybody else is not going to feel that way. That's not necessarily an astrologer, but there's lots of ways that we can tap into that. And there's lots of parallels between astrology and psychedelics and plant medicine. And there's lots of ways that we can use them together. So that's mostly what I'm going to talk about. So the ways that they are similar, and as they're both these extremely powerful tools for helping us to understand and explore ourselves, the world, right? And it's an inner journey that can be reflected in the outer, right? So astrology is very esoteric and abstract in certain ways, but in other ways it's eerily specific and very direct and just literal, as very literal, right? So let me see what I want to start to say. They're also both, I feel like, ancient technologies that were used in ancient civilizations. We know that people were using plant medicine and all kinds of things for, at least 10,000 years ago. And astrology was combined with astronomy. It was one thing, it was a science, and that was very much a part of society. So I feel that these things that were ingrained into the fiber of ancient societies are threads that we can pull through to the new earth that we're creating and that we're building, right? So that's something that I personally am excited about. And they both can be like maps, right? That can show us who we are, where we are at, what is our role in relation to the world as we experience all those kinds of things. Okay, so that's kind of like how they're aligned and similar in how they mirror each other. So now I'm just going to say a little bit about the current time and why this is like perfect time to talk about this. So we're currently in Pisces season. Pisces is the current sign that the sun is in. Pisces is what I would consider the most psychedelic sign. This is arguable, you know, someone else might have a different opinion. Different astrologer might see it a different way. But Pisces is the most spiritual sign. It's the sign of divine spiritual union. It's also the dream world. It's alternate realities. It's religion. It's a fantasy illusion. It's addiction. It's medicine. It's drugs, right? So to me, it's the perfect sign that it's also connected with the idea of the inner spiritual journey, right? Sagittarius is more of a outward journey exploring, not necessarily always, but it's more external, and Pisces is more that internal journey. So this is a perfect season to like kind of talk about these two energies working together and playing together. And what else I want to say about the Pisces season? I guess I want to say that I feel like it highlights like that dichotomy of are you using it to become enlightened, or are you using it to escape reality, right? And I think that's like a fine line that we have to always be conscious and aware of as we work in this, you know, field and play in this arena. And so that's another layer of the Pisces juxtaposition that's really feels very appropriate to me. Pisces is also related to like creativity and creating from like a divine channel. Like, you know, some artists are like, oh, I have this idea and I want to create it. And then other artists are like, this is what came through, right? So it's like you're downloading it from a different realm. That's very Pisces energy. So that's the like current skies. We also have Saturn in Pisces. So that is a placement that came in last year around March, I think, 2023. And it's going to be in Pisces back and forth until the beginning of 26. So Saturn is a planet that's constriction. So, and it's negative, like it has a harsher energy, right? But it also brings like structure and regulation, and it's also the sign associated with it's associated with work. One of the planets associated with work. So I do think that this transit is also like really powerful for the movement, because I think it's helping to bring like helping to like legitimize it, and helping to bring like regulations and stuff that's, you know, arguably positive or negative, but it's bringing it kind of out of the fringe and into like the mainstream in a certain way, right? It's making it fit into the like mold of regular society, so to speak. Which, like I said, is arguably good or bad, you know, depending on who you ask and which way you look at it. But it also, I feel like Saturn is also very earthy, very grounding. Pisces is water. Water's kind of like all over the place. It can go in any direction. So I feel like this is actually a really, really powerful time to be doing this work under this transit, this about 2-year transit, because Saturn can take the kind of flowy, spiritual, out of body, other realms energy and just really like ground it into practical reality. So we just had a transit too that was like kind of a big deal on February 28th, which when the Sun, Mercury, and Saturn were conjunct. So it was just like kind of highlighting, it's highlighting like trying to think of like I'm trying not to talk too astrology-y because I know not everyone here is like super into astrology. So trying to make it like layman's terms. But basically that it's like the Saturn's in the heart of the Sun. So it's like some part of us is dying and some part of us is coming and being reborn in like the Pisces area of our sky, right? So if you guys look at your chart, that's one thing we can look at is where's Pisces in your chart? And we can talk about how that might be a good area for you to be working intentionally with your journeys or your plant medicine experiences, right? So that's one way you could do it, right? A way you can work with them together. Let me see, look at my notes here. Another thing you can do is you can use astrology as like a really powerful integration tool, right? You can see like what's like, you can retroactively look at a transit of like when you had a certain experience, and that can like help inform like kind of like how you were saying, like cashing in on the shadow, right? Can help you like go back and like harvest everything from that experience. Because sometimes when you're in it, you can't fully anchor everything, right? So you can go back and you can look at the transits and that can help you kind of frame and guide and see like, okay, here's the threads that I want to pull through, that sort of thing, right? You can use it afterwards too. It's like, okay, you can see what was happening in the sky while you were doing it. You know, you can see what's happening directly after, and you can kind of use those themes to keep playing. You can also use the moon, right? Every moon has an astrological sign. So we just had Virgo full moon on the 24th, and we have a Pisces new moon that's coming up on the 10th, March 10th, which I think would be a very powerful time to do ceremony personally. So these are just like some different ideas and ways that you can play, like, and that it can enrich your experience. Let me see. You can also use them if you are, let's say you're a guide, a facilitator, you serve medicine, right? You could use these to help you be more clear, to help you see maybe what are some possible themes that would be coming up with people, help you to clear and anchor your own energy, all kinds of stuff like that, right? So I don't do that specifically like too much, but I do use the transits to help me like in my work sometimes, right? Or you might, like if you're doing, let's say you're a therapist and you're doing like psychedelic assisted therapy, right? You can look at your client's chart and you can see like, okay, here's where they have challenges in this lifetime. Here's where their trauma is in their chart. Here's maybe where some of their core wounds are. Here's where their purpose is in their chart. And you can use that to help them guide them through their experience and that sort of thing. So an example of this would be, which is the stuff you guys can look at if you have your chart. You can look at your Chiron. You can look at where Chiron is in your chart. Chiron is Chiron. Or, it's different ways of saying it. But basically, that's a position in your chart that shows like kind of where your core wounds, your life lessons, your like big traumas that you have to heal and work through in this lifetime are, right? So if you look at that in your chart, that can be like something that can help guide you through your process. Or if you're like, I want to really heal stuff, then it's like, okay, you can look at your chart and you can look at where your Chiron is, and that can help you maybe for your next ceremony or whatever or therapy session, however you do it, to be like, okay, this can help you create more like intentionality and specificity around what's already there to work with, right? Like what's already fodder, so to speak, right? And then you can work, so there's multiple layers of astrology. So there's your birth chart, your natal birth chart, right? Which everybody has, that's based on your time, date, and location, okay? So then let's say you have in your chart, you have Saturn in Leo, okay? That's what I have. So Saturn, Leo. But then there's Saturn in the sky. So right now, currently Saturn in the sky is in Pisces, right? Which is what I was talking about earlier. So that's the transits. So what's happening currently in the sky, those are called the transits, right? So you have your natal chart, that's you. Transits, what's currently happening in the sky. Another kind of chart you can do, other kinds of charts you can do like timing charts. So you could do a chart for the year, or you can do a chart for a specific event. So you could do a chart for the date of your ceremony that's coming up, and then you can look and see what's happening with the stars at that time, right? So there's like lots of ways that you can play with this stuff. That's like actually really fun. And you can have an astrologer too, like you can have astrologer do a reading for you for a specific date that's in the future for an event, right? That's a different kind of astrological reading, but you can do that. So let's see. Looking at my notes here. So yeah, personally, like I'm the queen of the reverse engineer. So I love to like go back and look at stuff and see what happened and see how it lines up. Like I was saying, how, you could go back and look at what was going on with the transits or something like that. If, when you had an experience and you wanted to like get more juice from it, or there was like maybe a piece that you came in really strong, but you didn't understand quite what it meant or what was the message, something like that, right? So, for example, I had a really powerful experience about 2 years ago, and I got this very strong message, and it was like, you have 3 years, and like, that's it, time's up. And I was like, what? And so then, looking at the transits of basically what's happening in a year, I'm like, okay, like, there's from this year till the next couple of years, there's a lot of really big transits for change and like big shifts in the collective, right? So it's like, okay, so now at first I was like, is this a message just for me personally? Am I going to die in 3 years? Right? But it's like, oh, it's basically the message was about like this current version of reality is going to be done in 3 years. Like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen or how it's going to be different, but it's a change. So the message that I received in ceremony lines up with the astrology that's going to be happening around that 3-year mark, right? So that's just an example of like different, a specific way you can play with that. Okay. So do you guys have any questions? Because I know this is like maybe a little bit like, what is she talking about for some people?
I'm curious if you could talk about Pluto and Aquarius as it applies to psychedelics, but also what are your thoughts on Black people and psychedelics as far as like, not psychedelics, sorry, astrology, I'm so tired. Like when you try to talk to Black people about astrology, like do you ever get angry or frustrated with people that might be closed-minded or think it's like witchcraft or something? Or
No, I'm going to say, honestly, that's across races. I don't get that experience like as more with Black people or anything at all. If anything, it's probably the opposite of like people being more believing in it. Maybe some people would be more afraid because they might put it in that witchcraft category. But in general, it's people are more open. That's my experience. But I mean, across the board, honestly, it's more along gender lines. Women are like into it and open to it, and guys are like, that's fucking dumb. Sorry, I don't know if you're not supposed to cuss, but
Curse away. Curse
Okay.
away.
I'm like trying to remember, but so usually that's honestly much more is that guys think it's stupid and they don't understand, and women are like open to it more than anything else. And there's lots of different kinds of astrology. There's like so many different, there's, you know, this is what I'm talking about is like more Western, modern Western astrology. There's so many different kinds of astrology. And like when people think like, oh, my sun sign is this, like that's not, and they're like, if you don't resonate with your sun sign, that's like one tiny slice of like, you know, a 300-piece pie. You know, there's like so many different kinds of ways to look at your chart. There's your planets and, you know, the signs they're in, the houses they're in, there's stars, fixed stars, there's asteroids, there's aspects, different kinds of charts, different kinds of systems, you know, so there's so many layers to it. And like I said, I've been studying for 30 years and I don't know everything. I could study for another 30 years before I would learn everything. So, okay, yes. Let me talk about Pluto and Aquarius. I'm glad you brought that up. So Aquarius would be another sign that I would say is associated with psychedelics. Aquarius is a sign of the revolutionary. It's the sign of the eccentric genius, the iconoclast. It's outside the box. It's not mainstream. It's also associated with the occult. Aquarius is it's also insight and intuition, but it's like a lightning bolt is kind of what is associated with it. So it's like that like stroke or flash of intuition that just like hits you, which is like very psychedelic, you know. It's so we're shifting. So this is one of the biggest transits arguably of the decade, right? So difference between squares and trines in some chart. Hold on. I'm just seeing some comments here. Is midheaven purpose? Okay, sorry, I didn't see there was questions. So let me finish talking about Pluto and Aquarius, and then I'll come back and answer your questions. Time for revolution, yes. So it's also a shift of the dynamics of power. So before, Pluto was in Capricorn. Capricorn is very like hierarchical power, like traditional power structures, right? And Aquarius is the sign that's like for the people. So it's more of that energy of the collective and that voice of the everyday person, right? So it's like, for me, I'm like, yes, it's like all the freaks and the weirdos and the like iconoclastic people that are not understood by normal people. It's like our time to shine. So I'm like, I personally was like very excited for this time to come, right? So, and it's that shifting of like a more collaborative, different systems of power, different systems available, not necessarily that that's how it's going to go down, but that's available to us. And there's power in that from the stars in this aspect, right? In this placement. So Pluto and Aquarius came in January 30th, I'm sorry, January 20th. This year, I think. We're going to have it until later in the year. It's going to go back into Capricorn for one last time, and then it's going back into Aquarius for good for approximately the next 20 years. So this is the transitional year, and this is why I've been like kind of telling people, like, this is whatever you want to happen, like now's the time, now is the energy's available, like any crazy wild thing you want to do is like juiced up right now, so go for it, you know. It's there for you, especially if you have strong Aquarius placements in your chart, then it's even more highlighted. I have an Aquarius rising. So but Pluto is not easy. Pluto is sex, death, and transformation. Pluto is the underworld, right? So it's not all fun and it's not all positive. It's challenging, but it's like dripping with power and possibility. So last time that Pluto was in Aquarius, we did have the French Revolution and we did have war here in America. So that's that. So let me see if there's anything else I want to say about Pluto in Aquarius. Yeah, just, whatever it is that you maybe think is too weird or too outside the box about yourself, that's probably going to be the thing that's going to catapult you like to the top of whatever field or area that you are in. That's going to be what's going to attract the partner that you haven't been able to find. It's like you haven't been being crazy enough, right? So that's kind of like another layer of the invitation from Pluto in Aquarius. Okay. So now I see some questions over here. All right, so someone said, is midheaven your purpose? No. Midheaven, I would not describe as your purpose. Your midheaven is your career. So your midheaven is the cusp of your 10th house. 10th house rules your career, your public persona, your standing out in the world, right? So a lot of times, yes, our work, our career, and our purpose are related, but it's not specifically, the midheaven is not specifically your purpose. It's also how people see you like in your business. So for example, my midheaven is in Scorpio, right? So it'd be advantageous for me to highlight my scorpionic side in my work, because that's kind of what people are projecting onto me already, right? So you want to capitalize off of what's already there, right? But that's not necessarily my purpose. Purpose can show up in a lot of different places in the chart, honestly. But one of the places that's commonly referenced for purpose would be your North Node, more than your midheaven. Your midheaven is more your career. Okay. The difference between squares and trines in some charts. So basically, there's like 5 traditional aspects. An aspect is basically a relationship between one planet and another, right? And those different kinds of relationships have different kinds of flavors and qualities. So a square is one and a trine is another one. A square is they're 4 planets away from each other, so it's like a square. And then the trine is like 3, right? Simplistically speaking. Okay, so trines are gentle, quote unquote, positive, supportive aspects. Squares are considered tension and difficulty, right? Now, that's not necessarily bad. It just means tension, right? Like sexual tension is not bad, right? But it's there. So it's like trines are easy and it feels good and it's like, oh, okay. Squares are like motivating you to do something. Usually motivating you to take action on something that you haven't been willing or able to without that like friction, right? Be prepared. Yes, absolutely, Leo. Okay, is this Vedic astrology? No, this is Western tropical astrology. So yeah, so there's lots of different kinds of astrology. There's sidereal, there's Hellenistic, there's medieval, there's Vedic, but this is the kind of sort of quote unquote regular astrology that's most common here, arguably. Vedic astrology is from India. I do use some Vedic techniques, but nothing I'm saying is Vedic astrology right now. Vedic astrology is very, very good for, in my opinion, like timing techniques and everything. Vedic astrology is also really strong for matchmaking. because they've had like centuries and centuries of using it very specifically that we haven't been doing in Western astrology. Okay. So does anybody else have any general questions? If not, then I'll start looking at people's charts if you want me to do that.
I have a quick general question. Since I volunteered, I've been pulling up these charts, and I use whole sign houses. And when you mentioned midheaven, I realized you probably use a different system.
I do use Placidus. You use I remember we had this last time. You use so yeah, that's another thing. Some people use Placidus, some people use whole sign. People that are Hellenistic or traditional astrologers more often use whole sign.
Would you like for me to redo some of these charts in Placidus so you can?
Yes, if it's not too hard.
I will do that.
Okay. Do I use AstroChart? I use astro.com. It's free and it has pretty much almost anything you would need if you're not like getting paid to do readings. Okay. We also have the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction that's coming up April 20th. That's another like really humongous big deal transit for the year. Now, you know, different astrologers interpreting it different ways, but some people are calling it like the lottery ticket aspect, right? So basically it's Jupiter is called the great benefic. It's the most beneficial planet. It's connected with wealth, luck, expansion. And then Uranus is like sudden change, and it can bring some chaotic energy, but it's not a good or bad, it's more neutral. But it brings sudden change. So you have them in the sign of Taurus, which is the sign of money. So you have the most beneficial planet with the surprising and unexpected in the sign of money, right? So that's like an exciting thing that's coming down the pipeline. So that's something. So I was thinking what we could look at in people's charts is we could look at where is Pisces in their chart, and that's kind of highlighting for you, like with this Saturn and being there and this being Pisces season. This is highlighting a place that the stars are focusing and supporting you right now. So if you were doing some work or you were doing some medicine journeys or whatever, this would be a really good area to like focus your intentionality, right? Okay, so let's pull up a chart. So let's see. Let's do I'm like, how do I want to do this? Okay, I was just looking at the comments. Do you want to do like, I don't know if you want to share your screen or you just want to I don't know if you can do that.
Yeah, I just created Yaz's in Placidus so I can.
Okay, perfect. Let's start with that.
One second. Okay. My share screen.
Okay. So let's see. So you have Pisces here in the second house. Down. So that's actually really powerful for you for money making. So the second house is the house that rules money. It's also, the second house is related to real estate. It's related to your body, your possessions, what you own. It's related to your like things. It's related to your values. What do you value in life, right? So those are all things that are kind of up for you during Pisces season and under the Saturn Pisces transit, which is started last year, goes until beginning of 26. Yeah, so that's there's your is your second house. So since Pisces rules, like I was saying, it rules fantasy, illusion, creativity, spirituality, right? So it might be a time where some money-making opportunities through one of those type of channels is like coming in, maybe something new, maybe something old is coming back, maybe a new variation of one of those things, right? It's possible right now. Pisces is also about service. So it could be something with like, what's the word? Child welfare, social work, or like helping people that are disadvantaged and stuff like that. Those are all also kind of job type things. And I'm saying job type things because it's in the second house of money. If it wasn't in the second house of money, it wouldn't necessarily talk about that part, right? So those are all things there, right? Okay, so then the other thing is, so I was talking about that Jupiter-Uranus conjunction that's coming up April 20th. So that's at 22 degrees of Taurus. So let's go and look. Oh, so that's going to be in your fourth house, very close to your north node. So you have your north node at 18 degrees. So that's going to be extra important for you, right? It's going to be like strong for everybody in the collective because that conjunction is important. But since it's hitting an important part in your chart, it's extra activation for you. And remember earlier in the conversation, we were talking about where's your purpose? North node is one of those places that indicates your purpose, right? So your purpose is going to be highly activated by that transit. So that would be something for you specifically to really work with because it's hitting your north node in a pretty close orb. That's like the amount of degrees that it's in, whatever. So anyways, it's hitting pretty closely to your north node. So that's going to be super powerful and important for you. Let me see. Also, we have this Pisces new moon coming up on the 10th. March 10th. So also that might be a good time to like work with some plant medicine or psychedelics to kind of help you tune in for your money and the second house. You can also ask, because Pisces is vision, right? So you could ask for vision or clarity about like, what do you need to do to get ready to harvest the power of that transit that's coming in April? Right? Especially for you because it's hitting your north node and connecting to what's happening in your purpose. So you might have like the next phase of your life journey, that's what you're supposed to be doing, might like just land for you at that time. Or you might like have a sudden shift where you just start doing something totally different, right? So those are some things for you to play with. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, so
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it made sense, especially when you're talking about as far as Pisces and like social work and the stuff that I've been doing, because that's kind of what's been going on. But I guess my question is, does it show what my purpose is supposed to be, or
I kind of hesitate to get into that because I can give you a little soundbite, but I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I can tell you something real quick, but I just don't want you to feel like that's the end all and be all of your purpose, you know?
Right.
But basically, you have it in the fourth house, which is the house of home and family. So that's going to be very important to you. It may not come in the traditional format, but that's going to be important to you. That's going to be important in your life and how you show up and how you create that. And then you have it in Taurus, which is a sign of money and values, this is the energy that naturally goes with the second house, which is some of the stuff I was talking about earlier, right? So you might have a part of you that's not into money and doesn't care and doesn't give a fuck about money, because the North Node is what we're supposed to be doing. It's not what we know how to do. You know how to do the other part, which is be self-sacrificing and maybe worry about other people, right? But you're maybe being called to be a little bit more selfish and materialistic in this lifetime. That's a little quick soundbite, but there's going to be much more to it.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
That actually really resonated, so it's good.
Okay, good.
So shall I go to Nicole maybe?
Yes, or whoever's next. I don't know what the order was.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the order either, but I know I've got that ready.
Okay. So you have Pisces in your fourth and fifth house. So it's in the beginning of the fifth house, but mostly in the fourth house. So as I was saying, fourth house is home, it's family, it's where you live, it's the people that are most important to you. It's your inner circle, right? It can also be related to real estate. So those are the issues that are being highlighted for you in this current Pisces season. And then also you have the next one, which is the fifth house. So the fifth house is, so you have the fifth house in Aries, after the Pisces, but that beginning part is in Pisces, so we still consider that, right? So the fifth house is related to children, creativity, romance. It's one of the sex houses, but it's more like fun, flirty sex, right? Eighth house is like deep, transformational, tantric, or it can be like very kinky. Like that's eighth house is like that kind of sex. Fifth house is fun, playful, flirty, new honeymoon sex, right? It's like more playful, fun energy. Also fifth house is children, which makes sense, goes with that. And your children could be also like your creative projects, right? So those are some of the themes and energies that go with the fifth house. So fourth and fifth house, those two houses are the focus for you under this Pisces season. And then also as we are under that influence for the next couple of years with Saturn in Pisces. So Saturn is in Pisces is really, it's not necessarily always fun, because Saturn is the one that tells you like, all right, you're outside playing too long, it's time to come in. Saturn isn't fun. Saturn's kind of like the like dad energy, right? That's not always like telling you what you want to hear, but it's like what you need. So Saturn is really beautiful and powerful in Pisces, because Saturn is helping to make the fantasy and the dream and the vision real. So Saturn brings it down to reality and grounds it. So that's what's available for us in the next 2 years under the Pisces real estate of our sky. Okay, and then let's see, where is that 22 degrees of Taurus? That's going to be in your seventh house. So we were saying that the Jupiter Uranus conjunction that's going to happen in April 20th. That was, some astrologers are calling that the lottery ticket conjunction. So that's going to happen in your seventh house. So your seventh house rules partnerships, marriage, relationships. It also rules open enemies. So people that are not on your side. So you could have like a new business partnership. You could have a you could propose to someone could propose to you. You could decide that suddenly you could have like not cared about marriage, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's my top priority. Something could happen on the negative, quote unquote, negative side, something that could happen with someone that is an open enemy, but it's shocking and surprising, but it actually ends up being like to your benefit. Something like that could happen. This is also not too far from your North Node, which is also in Taurus. So those same things that I was saying to Yaz would apply to you. It's not as close, but still pretty close. That this is going to be important for you because it's coming close to your North Node. You have North Node at 29 degrees of Taurus. So like I said, you're maybe here to be a little bit more in the physical, practical world, a little bit more selfish, a little bit more materialistic, a little bit more sensual. These are like things like of the body. That's very Taurus energy, right? And then you have it in the seventh house. So you are here to learn about relationships and partnerships and love and a deep, committed relationship, right? So like I said, it's not necessarily where it comes easy to you, but it's I have a similar placement, and I am not lucky in love at all, but I know a lot about love and relationship. So usually your North Node, you don't really start to master it until you're over 40. Not necessarily always. And sometimes you don't master your North Node at all. It's the direction that life is pulling you towards. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get there in this lifetime, or that's even you have to. It's just that you're moving in that direction. That's the most important part. Okay. So, Nicole, do you have any questions? Is that resonating for you?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Do you have any questions?
I don't at the moment, no.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Other than one of her questions in the chat, I have like weird dyslexia, so I put 42 or 20. The hour of her birth is like off by a few minutes. I could bring up the correct chart, but I think what was the difference, Nicole?
I was born at 10/24.
24. Okay, yeah. Just let's do a quick little check. It probably won't change anything, but
yeah, hold on.
I'm a little dyslexic too.
Oops, and then I got to go back and change it back to whole sign because it keeps default or change it to 1 second.
Okay, it's okay. That's actually perfect because I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna go really fast.
We'll be here.
Okay.
Because if I want to get my chart read, do I send it to you?
You can send it directly to me if you want. Yeah.
I had put it in the chat, but I can put it directly to you. You could put it up.
Well, it's okay. The only reason to put it to me is if you didn't want other people to see it, because I was going in and like covering up the date, at least if you had somebody's last name and their birth date. Maybe we don't want that on the internet, but I think you need more than that to like mess with somebody.
Yeah, it's okay. I could send it to you directly. I put it in the chat, but I could just send it to you directly. I did 2 screenshots.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, this is her
revised
1024, not 1042.
Okay,
I think probably pretty
so
similar.
Everything is the same for everything I told you for the second part, but going back to Pisces, let's see. Yeah, that's the same too.
Yeah.
Okay, so nothing's changed.
So we can go ahead and look at another chart. Next one I have, oops. Didn't look at Eric yet. Because there's Eric, Tirza. I don't think we're gonna have time for all this. Theoretically, me and so I didn't see the name of who just sent me their stuff, but Eric is.
We'll do as many as we can.
All right. People can always contact you offline, right?
Yeah.
Screen share.
So one other thing, I don't know if I said this, so I really think this Pisces new moon is really good for like downloading the vision or planting the seeds for the big vision that you already have. Because new moon is like planting the seeds, and then full moon is like releasing what you want to let go of. So new moon is more like what you're calling in. So this is a really good moon to call in the vision if you don't know what the vision is, or to plant the seeds of the vision that you already have. Okay, so Eric, let's see. So Pisces, you have Pisces in the 12th house, which is nice. Okay, 29 degrees. So you have Pisces in the 9th house, which is nice because that's its natural placement. So it's like doubly powerful there. So that's good. So this is, and then you also have your North Node. So you guys all have your North Nodes involved. So everyone's purpose is being activated under these energies that we're talking about, which is very interesting that that's like every single chart it's in there of all the possibilities, So you have the North Node at the 1 degree of Pisces. Now, Saturn's already past the 1 degree, and this moon is going to be past that, but it's still being activated. Because it's Eric, this Pisces new moon is going to be extra potent for you because your North Node is in Pisces, even though it's not necessarily super close in degrees. I don't know the exact degrees off the top of my head, but it's not close to 1 degree. So this is going to be a very fruitful new moon that is on March 10th. But I would definitely work with that if I was you. Okay, so Pisces in the 12th house. Pisces rules in the 12th house rules the spiritual world. It's hold on, I'm looking at the comments of this. Someone. Oh, okay, that's random. Okay, Pisces in the 12th house is like, it's like the spiritual realm. It's like also like the ashram, right? It's like, it can also be about like spiritual isolation. It could be like going and, definitely going doing ceremony. That can be all like very Pisces 12th house energy. Pisces has a saying, serve or suffer. So Pisces is always like asking us to kind of give of our higher like spiritual gifts. It's asking us to kind of come out of the practical reality and be more in the spiritual alignment. 12th house can be confinement. It can be, so it has that little bit of a dichotomy of it's either you're the cop or the robber, you're the doctor or the patient, and it's like, which one are you going to be? You know? So places of confinement, jails, prisons, hospitals, right? But you get to choose. You're in the place of confinement, but you get to choose. Are you the doctor or the patient? Okay. So solo travel, solo spiritual travel. So if you want to take a pilgrimage, that might be something up for someone with that kind of thing. So it's basically like kind of like double down Pisces energy, like creativity, spirituality, fantasy, illusion. It's also Pisces is also related to the film industry because it's fantasy and illusion, right? Okay, so that's that. Now then your 22 degrees of Taurus is going to be in your second house. Okay. So this is extra money, money, money. That's that Saturn Uranus conjunction, April 20th. The second house is also the house that rules money. Taurus is the house that rules money. And so you have that extra focus of money. So pay attention as we're coming into, it's like, what would you need to do to be in a position to be able to harness if some big money opportunity came your way, right? What would you need to be able to like move quickly? If somebody was like, hey, I have this big money making opportunity, are you in? And you have to say yes or no quickly, right? Okay, Eric, do you have any questions? No questions, Eric? Okay, maybe we'll have time for like one more person.
Alrighty. Whoops. This is not easy to do on one screen. Goodness. One second.
I know. Thank you for doing that because I wouldn't be able to even do it like you're doing it. I'm not that nimble. Okay. Terza.
Here's that.
Okay. All right. So Pisces, you have Pisces in your third and your fourth house. So similar to what we were saying with the fourth house is home, it's family. It can be related to property and real estate. It's who you are in private, who are you behind closed doors, who are you with your people, right? So your inner circle is being highlighted in this Pisces season and with this Saturn transit. So you might be cutting out family members. You might be like having to have boundaries with people. Boundary issues might come up because Saturn is boundaries and Pisces has none. So those definitely kind of stuff that could be coming up with family stuff. And you're having to like assert yourself and you're having to decide and like be in your power around how you want to be in relationship with people that are close to you or in your family, that sort of thing. It could also just be about like making your home beautiful and like creating that vibe that it really is supportive of like having like your house be like a spiritual sanctuary or something like that. You're cutting off your twin sister. Yeah, I could totally see that. And then the other half, which is ironic, the other like little piece that you have in the third house, and the third house is about siblings. It's about siblings and neighborhoods and like kind of your people, neighbors, people that are around you, but that you're not necessarily close to, but also siblings. So that's like so right on. And sometimes you have to do that. I didn't talk to one of my sisters for like a couple of years, and I think that's what our relationship needed. Okay, so then that's that. So you already are clear what that's about. And then everyone has Pisces in their chart, okay? It's not necessarily, you maybe don't have anything in Pisces, but there's this house that Pisces is in every single chart. There's all 12 signs in every single chart. So see, she doesn't have anything in the sign of Pisces, but she has Pisces in the third and the fourth house. Okay, so last thing, and then I'm done. Your 22 degrees is going to be here in your 7th house. So pay attention to the 7th house for your Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, which is relationships, marriage, and partnership. Okay, so I'm wrapping up. My time is done. It is 11 o'clock. Thank you so much, everybody. And welcome, Bob.
Hey, Uma, can you put your contact
info in the chat?
Yes. I'm just a Facebook person, so you can message me on Facebook if we didn't get time to you, and I'll give you a little quick breakdown.
That's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I love all the witchcraft. Like, I think it's really an awesome place to take our minds off of like heavier subjects. So welcome, Bob. I'm starting to fade. This is my last hour before I hand it over to the night crew.
All right.
Yeah, I've been going since 10 a.m. But before we begin, I'm just gonna never mind. I'll start the recording when you end your hour. But welcome, and the stage is yours. And then please leave time for questions and comments so that people can interact with the real you. Like, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic.
Take it
Yes.
away.
All right. Hey, how's everybody out there? This is Bob the Beast Sap out here on the Black Diaspora. So this is my first time doing a bit of moderating here. So I'm looking forward, and I would like to open up the discussion to how do you use psychedelics in your everyday life? So for me, for example, I use it for increasing my mental capacity. I am actually retired. I am a former professional fighter and Hollywood actor. So when I retired with me and my wives here in the East Asia, we like to use psychedelics when we wake up and push ourselves to the extreme of amount of high calisthenic and yoga work. So I would like to hear how everyone else also engages in calisthenics or in, psychedelics in their everyday life, whether it's in their job nor in their basically, casual life. So, and as well as which ones. So I particularly am fond of the psilocybin mushrooms, as we are using a lot of the longer, what we call extreme wellness training program facilities out here in East Asia. So that basically means hot yoga or hot calisthenical training for 10 to 12 hours a day. So it's absolutely can be fun, but of course challenging on the mind, and that's where the psychedelics come in. So I'm going to leave it up to everyone else, and as well as I can answer any questions involved, or any questions that are related, partaking basically to sport or how I use psychedelics as well. Open it on up. So I don't know if is there. I don't even know how I'm even using this properly. Do I just open this chats up? Is that how I do this? Let me see how this works. Okay.
So people can raise their hand, or they can just jump into the conversation. But it looks like Nikki has raised her hand. I'm not sure if you see that. Yeah.
No, I don't see. I just see. Yes. Thank you for.
Okay.
So how do I see a hand raised where it says more?
At the top of the screen, it has like people's names, and then under that, there's like a little box. I'm seeing it, and it says Nikki Kether Morgan raised hand.
You can also set a setting that dings you when a hand is raised. If you go to
okay, I can see the hand. I can see the hand now. I can see the hand.
Okay, there you go.
Do I just push it? Is that what I do? I just push it?
You don't have to do anything. They could just you just give them the floor.
Oh, okay. Just relax. Okay, cool. Okay. Awesome. Okay, I see the hand raised. Yes, Nikki.
Peace, yes. So I'm so very curious about how you may have been using psilocybin to expand your training because y- I mean, you're exceptional. I mean, you know that already. So, so like, I mean, are the, I mean, what are the downloads or like, what is happening in your relationship with psilocybin that allows you to perform to these kinds of extremes?
Levels. Yes. Okay. So, well, I like to use psilocybin as far as the testing my limitations. So one of the, you know, side effects, or one of the, yeah, we say the side effects of using psilocybin is that you take it and it kind of allows you to conquer your fears. And so one way I measure my fear is the fear of fatigue or the fear of training. So when I get up in the morning and I look at the pull-up bar and I look at it and I think, well, I have to do 1,000 today. If I approach that with the, oh, I have to do 1,000 today. Oh man, this is awful. Then I know that psychologically, I know where I would like to be. Now, when I take that psychedelic psilocybin along with some breath work, and I look at that and I have to do 1,000 pull-ups, wow, it just looks like a smorgasbord to me. It's the best ever, and I can get on there and really enjoy that. That's how I'm measuring my psilocybin experience, and that's how I measure it to be success. Success, for you to be successful at something, you must measure it, right? Success is the measure of improvement. Well, how do we measure the improvement from taking psilocybin? Well, that's how I measure the improvement. So I can actually see that improvement between the first day and the second, or within the my experimental time period. And I do this quite rather easily because I eat the same foods all the time. So I can really tell when and what's, the difference is. Did that answer some? Yep.
May I ask a follow-up? Is
Yes.
I don't want to cut anyone off if anyone else wanted to. Right. So, would you be able to share a moment that you surprised yourself?
Yes, I would say that when I first increased my training rate. So when I first went in, I normally would do it at a 3 to 5 hour divided sessions. Okay, so that would mean I'd go in the morning, start at 6 in the morning, and I would do 3 hours, and then I would take a rest, and then I would continue on. After experimenting with the psychedelics, I'm able to do it within, now I can go 10 hours straight, and I can actually do it now with extreme temperatures. So I put a sweat bag on, and that really surprised me because I thought for sure, now that at age 50, I thought for sure that was going to be a bit difficult for me. So I wanted to utilize that in what I would say in what I termed or have defined as longevity athletes or extreme wellness. So that's why I really go the extreme ways of really enjoying my my body, my mobility, and my mind and spirit, of course.
Wow. This didn't start like what these are very exceptional means of training, right? They're a little unconventional. So was the psilocybin that started that creativity to get you to some of these unconventional training methods, or I mean,
now unconventional training in the sense that most of our history from training has come for exercise and physiology has come from bodybuilding or particular sport. So I am retired from my sport. So I used to be a professional fighter and pro wrestler and NFL athlete. So although I did that for the majority of my life, what I am doing now is considered way different than when I was training for sport. So that's one thing. They may have some similar characteristics, but it's way different. Now these are about challenges and overcoming as well. Okay. So for example, in the case of a pull-up, many of us can do a pull-up. We may be able to do the exact pull-up with our feet off of the ground, but in Australian pull-up, which is a pull-up with us on the ground, or even start out with something like squats or push-ups, we can do these things. And it's about how can we get over the limitation of our perception of time, right? Because when we're doing this, we're thinking, oh, man, I got to do another one. Oh, man, how long do I have to do it? And what am I going to feel like? For example, if I tell you to stand on your leg for 10 seconds, you have no problem. Oh, I can do it for 10 seconds. But if I tell you stand on your leg for 3 hours, now the psychology, your imagination is going to go through, and you'll tell me all reasons as to why you're unable to do it. And, as far as in comparing to just the 1 minute. So that's how I kind of overcome those things and how I test it to see if when I feel, oh, I get a little hesitant, and then I use those things to overcome. So I started using those things probably I would say as my fight career started ending towards the end of it. So that would be the last 5 years of the fight career. It ended up kind of taking a nice turn of really preserving more of the brain as I came into my older years. Is that
Yeah, no,
okay?
thank you so much. I'll pass the mic to Sean. It looks like Sean has a question. Her hand is raised.
Yeah, Bob. I was just gonna ask, thanks for coming. Number one, and you've had a long and impressive career being 50 and still active like this. Do you think when you were in the peak of your career, training in the peak of your career, if you would have been using psychedelics then, were you, or is it something that you did later on?
I would say officially I've done it basically later on, but I did do it towards the end of the career for preserving the brain, okay? Because there's thousands of psychedelics, right? So, but I was using some things that would help with the brain, such as a cerebrosin. So I was using that serum. That's a peptide that helps preserve the brain and is considered a psychedelic, so to speak. So that's when I basically started doing it because there's a lot of brain damage in my field, right?
Right.
So
Yeah. No, definitely.
we definitely want to keep that as safe as possible, and I mean it's kind of crazy, right? Because you're going out to give and receive brain damage for 20 years. So definitely I was to look forward and to look to preserving this one, right? So and after I've done 15 years of breaking down my body with football and professional wrestling, then I go back off and do 20 years of professional fighting in various stages of combat, right? For various forms of combat. So, needless to say, I'm quite sure you understand why I am retired and have 2 wives living in East Asia.
Right. No, I get it totally. So, when you were touring the world fighting, did you go to East Asia? Did you just like it over there as you were going through your career? Is that kind of why you ended up over there?
Yeah, I started it in Japan, and then it took me to Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, basically all up and down the Philippines. And I just obviously they fell in love with me. I fell in love with the culture, and it was about I have no children, so in the United States, it just ended up being a bit expensive for me and kind of lonely. You know what I mean? I was able to live in a beautiful neighborhood. Everything was fine in Seattle, Washington. However, it was a bit expensive for me, and being with no kids around in a big house that was across the street from a wonderful elementary school, it just was no conducive for my lifestyle any longer, So it was just like time to get up, get out, retire. And I left the United States officially maybe about eight years ago and never turned back and stayed over there. And I met one of my wives there like 6 years ago touring around, and I've always been with the one there from Japan. And then they just basically started becoming best friends, and now everybody just married and lives together. So that's kind of how that worked.
No, that's really great. Thank you.
Yeah. Right. All right. So is there any other questions here? Oh, go ahead. Yes.
I have a question. Hello.
Hello.
So I was wondering, I'm so interested about the brain health stuff. So I was wondering how, like, since you've been kind of doing the psilocybin over the last 5 years, like, do you feel like it's like increased your, memory, or like, any, like, is like, I guess I'm wondering, is it preserving or is it improving?
Okay, so and I think that's probably a bit of both, because obviously we would like to preserve our brain as much as we would have, right? We would like to preserve our brain as long as possible, and that's always a really good thing. So, and coming up with new creative ideas, of course, that's fantastic. I feel as though that this has assisted me in directions upon which I never have thought that I would experience before. So one of which is, like I said, my limitations, increasing my limitations to do all of the things that I possibly dreamed for. So, for example, I can do the splits in every direction.
Wow.
I am 6'5" right now. I went from roughly 380 pounds. I weigh 300 pounds. And I do so and I'm 300 pounds right now, roughly about 8% body fat. And I do so with only sheer body weight type of exercises in different angles and things of this nature, different holds. And so, for example, some of the Saturday challenge, that's 1,000 reps and time under tension for 30 minutes of a particular exercise. So in particular, this Saturday, we had to hold a sand bag, which was flat. Our hands were against it. Arms were extended. We had to push out for 1,000 times. And then we had to hold it for a total of 30 minutes in this position. There was no way I would be able to do that without the use of psychedelics back in the day, I promise you. So now that has assisted me. There is no way, I promise you, there's no way. And one of the reasons why this works is because in my 20s, and when I was in college, I've always been strong and big, right? So I've always been an elite athlete. But in my 20s, when I was in college, I did my pull-ups. I did 50 pull-ups. And then when I got outside of fighting, I got obviously quite large. I was no longer training like I used to. And, I was there, and my wives were kind of getting frustrated with the fact that I would go into, it was either me watching fights on TV, and then they say I would go to sleep and I'd be punching the pillow and thinking I was going to fight again. And then it was, I would just be in the weight room and say, oh man, I want to do all these Olympic weights. And they're like, man, if you're going to be back to 400 pounds, you know what I mean? And keeping your weight up here and doing all this Olympic stuff, when you're no longer even doing any sports, that's obviously quite dangerous. And particularly even living in East Asia, you can imagine me putting 600 or 700 pounds on the bar, getting hurt and having to go through the lost in translation, the smaller type of Asians to come over there and help me go to the hospital and have one wife from Japan and the other one from Latin America speaking Spanish, and the other one speaking Japanese, and the other one speaking Thai, and everybody, right? That's obviously a disaster. You can already tell, right? So I had to come up with a system upon which that was healthy for me to use, and the psychedelics assisted me in that, in designing a program that would use for the anti-aging. And so now, of course, from 50 pull-ups being max that I've ever done in my life in college, I've done thousands of them now. And everyone does feel as though my body has anti-aged. So, which is basically aging gracefully, because, I definitely can feel, of course, getting older, but now I feel getting older in much more blissful condition.
I love that.
Absolutely.
So do you like microdose every day, or like, how do you do it?
Okay, so I will do some microdosing. And then when I go up to that huge, when it's time for the big overcoming the challenge, we've got about three or 4 days where it's solid, where it's going to do some real heavy grams of getting really into it. Now, when I'm doing the real heavy grams being 10 grams on up, when I'm doing the heavy grams, it's some real deep breathing. and remain completely still. And then when I'm doing the deep breathing, sometimes I'm going to breathe in. If it's the strength part of it, I'm going to have my weights here in my awkward positions, and I'm going to hold them each for 5 and 10 seconds. I'm going to go through and do that for about 6 or 7 hours. Okay. And it's going to be, yes. And of course, as you can imagine, it's going to start to fatigue and get this thing. But the interesting situation is as the fatigue starts to go, your endorphins start to rush in along with the psilocybin. So you start to, and with that breathing, and of course, there's a little bit of that hypoxia going on. So you're really feeling really great. Okay. So you're going to be on cloud 9, real quick nirvana, super, super. I mean, and then it's about just maintaining it. So you'll get through it and it will feel good all the way through, all the way through. So, and I will say that if you're going to do this method, the best one is, of course, having a nice diet, because if you're taking a lot of processed foods and things of this nature, that's just kind of clogs up the filtering system. You don't really know what you will feel or what's causing you to feel it. Okay, so that's why my diet is so basic. My diet is super, super basic. It is basically 12 eggs, non-pasteurized, 12 eggs, 12 pasteurized eggs, 16 ounces of non-dairy milk, 3 scoops of berries, 2 scoops of whole oats, and 4 scoops of peanut butter. Blend it all together. Drink that. Okay. So I'm drinking that, and I'm doing that within that 12 hours all the time. Within that system, I'm drinking. Well, correct. That's on those days, that's all I'm drinking. Correct. And I can tell you, and almost for the whole week, I will then, if I'm going to add something during the week, I'll add like just chicken breast, or just fish, because I need to keep those things so basic so I know exactly what's going on. Now, I will tell you, when your body is in that heightened state of, oh, I want something else, because when you're drinking that shake, you're no longer feeling like you've eaten, which is satiated. So you no longer feel sensation. You feel like you need to eat more. But it's funny because you know you have the protein, but you're starving. But you know you've just eaten it. But so now you can rest. Now it's okay. Now you go to taking that psilocybin if you'd like, because now you have something that you need to overcome, which is psychologically, I've just eaten. Why is my brain still saying I need to eat? So there's something that you can overcome that you can now test. Sitting still. Okay. Yes, now I can feel throughout my breath, and as I'm sitting still. And then maybe you have some of your binaural beats going, and you take your breath, and it's like, hey, I can let that feeling go right away. And it goes right off. Okay, of course, once you start doing more of the breathing, more of the calm, and coming down. Now, I'd say one of the consequences of me doing this is the fact that once I started kind of getting in discussions with some of my friends, they word of mouth came through, and a lot of the other people that were kind of wanting to experience it, they've actually invited me over and privately and said, Bob, lead us through this, man. This is great. Through the voice. So they really like how I can drop my voice down and to do these things and to put them in trance and do these things. But I studied a bunch of NLP and hypnosis for many, many, many years, for a lot of stage hypnosis, and went around the world touring that stuff. So when I use this along with getting somebody into trance, that's kind of how that works.
Wow. So interesting. And so do you like incorporate fasting into
Yes.
it? Okay.
Yes, absolutely. So, so we can say fasting and because it sounds kind of weird when somebody want to hear it, because it's almost as though people would like to get away with being skinny instead of being healthy, so it's you have to. So think of it like this. You're in a desert, and fasting is basically, if you're in the desert with your cell phone, and you got some battery, and you got the reception's a little spotty, and you're going to sit down and wait for help to come. Maybe it comes, maybe it don't come, maybe by the time the battery's over, maybe, or if you are doing this extreme wellness, this is, hey, I've got my battery, I've got my cell phone. I'm going to keep walking, and I'm going to walk my way out of the desert and utilize this all the way through. So as you get maybe a little tired from walking, your muscles are still working, and you still have that faith and hope, the same situation that you have, as opposed to if you were sitting in one place. It's quite, when it comes down to the fasting and the heart rate and stuff like that, you really, really have to be careful. This is the whole psychology, right? This is the whole, when we talk about psychedelics, a lot of the time we have to talk about where the words are, what terms are being used for what group, for what situation, okay? So for when we're talking about psychedelics, psychologically, this is what we're talking about. You want to overcome things. And so definitely when it comes down to the heart rate, for example, the more you use your heart, just like marathon runners, the higher chance and the more likely you are to get a heart attack and your heart to be growing. It's because it's like your heart's like a battery. You use it up, your lifespan uses up, okay? Marathon runners have a high rate of heart attacks and they stay healthy, okay? That's just because they're really running and using that heart, okay? And a lot of times, a lot of celebrity stuff, in fighters in particular, they die early, and everyone goes, oh, that's because of steroid use, that's because of this. No, it has nothing to do with that. That's because they're on all the time. When you're on, you never get a chance to rest, so you're always on all the time. You're using your heart rate, okay? So you can sleep, you're on all the time. If we want to slow down our heart rate and say, hey, we would like to live a long time and slow it down, well, we really don't want that either, because that would make you a coma patient, right? We don't want that either. So you have to go right in between, or if you are going to go, I like to go upwards to, increasing the heart rate and slowing you down, increasing the heart rate, slowing you down kind of situation. And that's basically exercise and training. And what is the definition of exercise and training? Most people have no idea. Your definition of exercise is when you are doing a involuntary movement. So when you're volunteering, so the first time when I'm out there in the gym and I'm having fun, it's like a kid at recess. There is no energy level. I can do whatever I want. The training never starts till psychologically, till I want to get out of there, till it's involuntary, till I'm doing something I don't want to do, till it's numbers that I don't want to do. Now, that's something I have to overcome. And that's something you can, time for the psilocybin tea, buddy. Last time I was over here and I was eating the same foods, I knew that I felt this certain way. I never felt motivated about it. I felt, I got to do it. But now you sip that tea a little bit, maybe put on some 1970s mix, some 80s mix, oh yeah, we in it. And now you know it's working.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, last question, I think.
Yep. No
I don't see anybody else's hand raised. So.
Okay.
So what about, because I'm thinking about like doing something 1,000 times and like overuse, like injuries and stuff like that. And so, I was just wondering too about like, what does that affect on any like old injuries you have? And like, do you have any new injuries from doing things like that 1,000 times and stuff like that?
Okay, so do I have any injuries? The answer is no, because I'm doing all of the things perfectly, wonderfully in sync for what's going on. You are alive. That's one thing, you are alive. So when you start saying this stuff about, overuse to whatever, all you're doing is psychologically telling your brain, remember, you're a smart, wonderful, beautiful woman. And as you grow, you get smarter. So all you're doing is just growing and practicing, hey, I'm going to use less mobility. So no, I want to use up all my movements, all me move. I want to do that for a long time, 100 years and more. So yeah, I want all this overuse of it. I don't want to be in the bed non-using it, or in a wheelchair non-using it, comatose non-using it. And that's what happens. See, a lot of people, that's why I was saying you have to really have an understanding for what's going on in pretending. Now, the world record for pull-ups is something like over 7,000 in 24 hours. He's still alive. Okay, marathon runners and everything else. The thing is that as we get older, you have to understand the definition. Now, we're happy to be training. We're happy to be moving. That is a day. We don't get our time back. In the 20s, they get their days back. They can immune response, they heal up and, Wolverine, all that good stuff. It's as we get older, no longer is that applicable. So you have to understand that just when you're there doing the movement, that is a victory for you. Because that is that is another day you're actually touching your toes, you're up and moving, you're doing, when you don't do those any longer, that's when you're really going to be doing a bunch of different psychedelics that you want to get away from that stuff. You see what I mean? It starts to, that's why I'm no big deal. I don't really like the fasting stuff. I say, you can use if you're going to still train and have a nice diet, which in your diet can consist of 1 meal a day, that's fine. But if fasting means, oh, I'm just not going to eat and therefore I'm just going to walk in, no, you need a challenge. You need a challenge. Okay, fantastic. And then I see some questions here coming up to it. And now I apologize.
Okay,
You have
I'll
to
let
show
you
me
answer
this
those.
over.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, fantastic. Yes,
Yeah, I can back up and read you the first one.
Thank you. Please do that because yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Yes,
that'll help out.
Yes.
Yeah, Nikki Kether Morgan asked, what have you learned about navigating, relating with others as a combat professional and entheogenic learning? So what have you learned about navigating relationships with others?
Okay, so
through your fighting
I'm going
career?
to say in the fighting career, and I'm going to say basically, what have I taken away culturally? I've traveled basically to over 150 countries. So I've learned to kind of be like water. So when I'm going to these countries, one of the things that's made me extremely popular going to all of the countries and invites is the fact that I'm eating what they eat. So when I'm there, I'm eating the insects with them. If they're drinking the goat blood, I'm drinking the goat blood. If they're eating the different sheep eyeballs, I'm eating the smoked sheep eyeballs. So I'm eating the raw fish, of course, in Japan. And amongst other things, that includes raw horse or pony and various types of crabs and different types of candies and ice creams, such as squid ice cream. So I am definitely more of a people type of person, So I go out with everybody and just enjoy. So that's one of the things that I've learned to do. But I think I was rather more accepting like that. So, I don't really do too much involvement politically, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of there with everybody else, and we're kind of just, surviving and navigating it all together. And so they kind of really appreciate that because I don't go in there with a lot of Westerners go in a country with the idea that different means it's just like America, however, the colors are different. So I never really truly understood that, So they'll come over there, they'll come down and they'll say, well, where's the McDonald's? And that's the first thing they'll look for, the McDonald's, or they'll order spaghetti, and the spaghetti don't taste like spaghetti because they're in America, but then they'll complain that spaghetti don't taste like spaghetti. So it's quite funny. And so, no, you have to order a native dish and it'll be quite tasty, I'm sure. But then they have some problems with the native dish. So, I've learned. So, I've got an iron stomach, so it's no problem.
Okay, that's good. So another question we had is, one of your wives, you said, is Japanese. You spend a lot of time in Asia. Do you find Asians healthier in general?
Yes,
I guess opposed to Americans.
Yes, overall, I find them healthier in the sense for how they deal with stress. The older population is a little more, I think, in how they eat and how they like to get up, and the older population of doing their form of exercise. Okay, so I think that in that form they're healthier, and in terms of now, there's always a little difference when you start almost going more into the first world than the third world, but there's still some nice traditional women there that really like to hold down the fort, so to speak. So I'm one of those traditional guys to where I believe that guys should be providing and doing the protection and the providing, and the woman does the cleaning and the cooking and the wonderful emotional stability there. So I'm fortunate enough to where I have two women that agree with me on that regards, and it works out to be really beautiful situation. Mm. Okay.
Okay,
That
thanks.
okay. Yep.
Yep.
So I don't know if that answered it, but if
Yeah,
no, just let me know.
I think that was great.
Okay.
I have one comment, I guess, is it's just interesting what you said about you know, when you work out, breaking down the perception of time. You know, when
Mm-hmm.
you're doing an activity, it just makes a lot of sense. You know, when you're working out, you get really tired, etc. And then to, you know, almost have like time pass or speed up through the use of psychedelics. It's just really
Yes.
interesting. I've never heard anyone like explain it
So
like
I
that.
think it's the funniest thing, okay, because like you get take any athlete, okay, so very often you hear about overtraining, all this kind of stuff. Then let me tell you something. It's just pretty much non-existent, but we'll just pretend that that it exists and all of this stuff. But it's funny because when you see like an Olympic runner go through a marathon or go through their race, right? They run through and they pass down on the ground. They're exhausted. And then they get up and they walk out of there. Okay. And they get up and they use their legs the next day. And they get up and go to the stairs the next day. They never non-use their legs. So it's funny, right? Everyone's like, so how would that work? Right? Nobody runs the marathon and then gets in a wheelchair and is in a wheelchair for 3 days to make sure that they don't overuse their legs from walking. You know? I'm just like, it's kind of right there, guys. You just need the ability to obviously have your diet properly, and then because you need the energy to be sufficient for your movement, right? But that's normal. So that's what you just need. And you need to plan on how to get out of there. But just like the pull-ups, it's, you know, every time when I'm like, well, I know I can do another one as soon as I can just get a little more rest in, right? So I can just rest a few more minutes and I can do it, or I can define it as a different exercise and I can keep doing it. So I love that part about psychedelics, and I love that part to be able to overcome many things. And you know, it's great because it's a rather unique thing. You know, you can tendency to have some a lot of time on your hands when you retire. So psychedelics is a wonderful opportunity to explore the body, mind, and spirit.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm? So now, is there in? Yep.
If I wasn't sure if Eric wanted to go, just so you raise your hand. But if not, then yeah. So just going back to you have no injuries. um,
So I do. I had one. My official fight injury I got an orbital blowout from Mirko Cro Cop sometime. I think it was in 2004, I believe. But that's basically it. So I still have my ears, and that was the injury that I ended up getting, and that's what I have a injured knee now. Because I had this wonderful big house, and I had this dog, this puppy, and we were running around the house, with the lights off, and I fell down the stairs. But other than that, that was a non-fight injury, right? That's a goofing around injury. So but I've managed to stay pretty safe throughout my fight career.
So just recognizing, lots of masters are able to heal their bodies. And I, outside of your psilocybin use and the workouts that you just shared with us, are there any systems or frameworks that you have adopted or integrated from whatever culture to balance this? Because the internal and the external, it's very specific, and you really need to be. I mean, I don't have to tell you, but standing where I'm standing, it requires a lot of time and yeah, to find this balance in order to heal oneself in all of the ways.
Yes, absolutely. And I like to do so through traditional and non-traditional means. So I'd like to first say that. So especially and particularly when you travel the world like I have, you really have to get specific with what you would like to have healed and what you go in there, because cultures have a lot of stories and a lot of things that may give you some undesired side effects, if any at all, based on the story or their culture. So I basically say you got to go for what works. That's number one. And number two, in terms of having the balance, the answer is yes. It's called Solomon Zambia. And the Solomon Zambia workout that I do applies. And that's one thing that I'm teaching a lot of professional, like now, young professional boxers. I've got a fighter, an up and coming fighter. He's in the K1 championship. It's going to be March 20th. So you guys, when you come over, we just wish this guy the best. Okay. So it's quite funny because this guy wonderful challenge. He's from Uganda. He is in the K1 championship. K1 is a fighting league for kickboxing. It's the number one fighting league in the world. It's the one that I took from 300,000 to 300 million in 8 months when I graced the cover of Time Magazine and Wall Street Journal. Of course, I've ended up placing over $1 billion in Japan. So they have now risen. They've come back. And I have a fighter from Uganda fighting in this K1 championship. So let's see psychologically how he's going to handle that. He's the only one in there, and we are the all Black and Japanese team. So it's wild. So it's nope. The orbital blowout occurred during Miracle Crow Cop. Just answer that real briefly. But so we're going to see how he overcomes that. So that's going to be interesting here on March 20th. So that's one of the things. So when I was in Uganda and I gave 40,000 kids water, I met one of this athlete over there, and we've been communicating now for several years. So now he's got his opportunity as soon as it came back in. So that's one of the things. So when I travel around, I pick up these different, different training methods, and then I just combine them with the other training methods that I've learned with the other elite athletes. Again, elite athletes, the other professional athletes, and the other doctors that I get to meet on my travels. And I get to meet some rather interesting people, as you can imagine, going through and being in these, kind of a special or almost smaller type of circles, So it's really interesting. So, I'm coming from NFL to Hollywood to international celebrity around the world, the different languages as well as the cultures, even just with my wives alone, from being Latin America and Japanese, one being Japanese, that culture alone is rather unique. And, traveling international with all of that, as well as with who I am, it can obviously, there's tremendous amount of influence and there's a tremendous amount of education. When it comes down to specifically the healing you're going to have to overcome psychologically the time. So you're going to have to put in a large amount of time, long time in the ice bath, long time practicing your breathing, a long time doing these different states, different isometric holds in different states, and eating the same foods. And I promise you, you will truly love the results.
Wow.
Yeah, and if you need any help, come on down to Thailand. We're here, so it's definitely I'm training people all the time, and it's really fun. But of course, you're up at 6 in the morning. We're up at 6 in the morning, and we're no stopping until almost that 7 o'clock at night range. And then we have these little boosters that you have to do to eat or to have water. So for example, if I'm training and I want to have this, and this is my beet juice here. This is my beet juice here. So we'll do maybe a set of 50. Immediately, we'll just start throwing off multiplication facts. In biology facts, in science facts, and financial facts. Remember, I have to work with younger
right
people. I'm 50, but and although I have multiple degrees, I need to. I'm on them for their age. What education is, I ask them regarding what I ask them different variations of multiplication facts. I ask them different variations of questions on biology. I have them, so we have a broad range of the topic discussions. It's far from, hey, let's just get in the ring and beat somebody up. Oh no, definitely, because that's not what I do at all, and that's not what I've had in my career at all. So I'm a little different from those kind of guys, So I just jump right in. So for most people who are familiar or unfamiliar with fighting, usually, that's about a 15-year or 20 years, and then you can start to really be a champion. I got in there. I was 6'5", 400 pounds. I got in there and whooped the world champion in a week. So I beat the best and almost killed the guy in under 3 weeks of training, period, for fighting, because I came in. That was because I was such a large athlete. So nobody really had seen that before. And that's the reason why. And you can kind of see some of these things with Joe Rogan's continues talking about it. I played against The Rock. And so there's a lot of connection amongst me to a lot of other elite athletes. And they'll also tell you about the level upon which I compete, to which I do. And they'll, and I mean, from Mike Tyson, he'll tell you to The Rock, they'll say, well, Bob is a bit of a different athlete. Even when he was in college, he was doing some pretty unique stuff. So, I mean, I was always doing something unique, but now I'm able to truly understand the psychological, what goes on in the mind by taking the psychedelics along with it. It's wonderful.
Oh my God. Oh.
Fantastic. So now, is there any other questions here? So, because I saw some come up on, but I can.
Yeah, I think we Lovely had a hand up. I'm not sure if they still have a question.
Good evening. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really appreciate this conversation. And I'm curious to know what you think about other like older people starting in training and utilizing psychedelics as a way and means to, age gracefully. And two, I just want to make a comment that I'm like, wow, this isn't the kind of conversation that I was expecting to hear. So it's very refreshing that other people, I hear a lot of people talk about, they utilize psychedelic medicines, plant medicines to, grow and learn, and overcome trauma, etc. And I haven't really had the opportunity to hear somebody say, oh yeah, well, I utilize it for, my overcoming my physical and, like reaching new heights and in my brain as well. So I wanted to make that comment, and I wanted to ask about what you thought about other older people, because I'm about to be 53 this year, and my physicality has been one of the things that I've struggled with most of my life. And I started taking psychedelics, and I do things like I dance, and I play, with my grandson, and use him as a weight, basically.
Yes. Awesome. So one, fantastic. Definitely using psychedelics as you get older, along with this training system, is recommended. And I say absolutely do it. But there are so many different psychedelics. The question is, where do we get started, or what do we get started on? So this is when you take the honest reflection on yourself, and you say, what would I like to fix? And now you really are looking at what you want to fix. So one, is it going to be because some people have a problem, they're getting out of the bed, but they have a problem staying motivated. Some people have a problem doing all of the exercise. Some people have a problem even getting up to exercise. So it depends on what your problem is. Now, how you measure your problem is quite easy. It's one of those things when you look in the mirror and you just have a real honest reflection. And I just started off by saying, what would I like to change? So I was like, man, I would like somebody to look at me and say, man, you look better now than you were in your 20s. So I was like, well, how am I going to do that? And there was no way I was doing that on the Olympic weights. tell you, 600, 700 pounds, that was no going to get it done at all. Plus, obviously, it was dangerous, things of this nature. And I'm just flat out, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. So that's when this whole, well, no, you can do it through different isometric holds. You can do it through different movements, which is fantastic, and through dance. So what I suggest is placing everything around you for where you had your most creativity. For me, most of my creativity was done in my teens. So all the music that I have around me is all the music that I listened to in my teens. It's all the stuff that my grandmother had. So that's 1950, 60, 70, 80s, 90s, a bit 2000s, and then that's it. So that's always going 24/7. I'm working, I'm walking, I'm doing that stuff. So I'm always dancing and enjoying it. Then I've got space throughout areas of my house, different rubber bands, different these tension rubber bands. And then when maybe the music's on them, oh yeah, in order for me to go to the bathroom, I got to hit 50 of these. When I come back, I got to hit 50 of these on the rubber band. Okay, I'll hold it. Hold that for the whole song. Bring it back for, I just have fun with these numbers. So, and those numbers are always 30 seconds, 3 minutes to 3 hours. So that means I have to at least do 30 seconds time under tension leading up to 3 minutes for a maximum of 3 hours. But we do so in chunks of 30 minutes for each of these time under tension. So see, after you develop your derivative of life, it's fantastic. And if you need some assistance, we can definitely do that, and I can assist you with it. But I recommend absolutely you doing it, and it's the best.
Yeah, I want to
tell you right
honestly.
now. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, it's kind of strange because it's like you can tell in my opinion, you can tell the people who really are using the psychedelics for the psychedelic part, and then you can see the ones, well, you can see the level, okay? Because psychologically, they're unable to get past the physical fitness part. So right there, hello, that's what a psychedelic is used for you to overcome something. There you go. You have something you can measure. You have something you can look at. And that's why I love this. But now, that's why I like the body weight type of exercises and the different exercises off of different angles. Okay.
And
Because
resistance
like,
and stuff, because you can just use your own body.
and holds. Exactly. Because let me tell you something. If it's like Olympics, come on, man. There's no way, I can psychologically, okay, think about it. You can do 600 pounds today. You can do 600 pounds today. That's never going to happen. Okay. Come on. Let's be real. Now, if you say, if there's a 45-pound bar there and I say, you can do that 2,000 times today. And then you say, no, how? Then you got to say, how? You got to do that 5 times on the hour, every hour. Then we got to split it up every 2 hours before we got to get out of here. If you want to do this, we got to do this all day, but we'll play music. And now if the music's going, and we're doing that all day, that's your challenge. I saw somebody on there say, what is one of the challenges? One of the challenges that we do every Saturday is 1,000 reps of an exercise in 30 minutes time under tension.
Whoa.
Bang. And yes, and you know what? But with the nice calm breathing and some psychedelics, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Feels good. Feels real good. I ain't gonna lie. You're gonna be loving it. And it's if you're regretting it and stuff, then that psychedelics is not working.
Yeah, see, that's the way I look at physical fitness, like actually going to the gym. I totally am not that kind of person. I won't run from zombies. We're gonna have to have a dance off, or I'll have to outsmart them or something.
Yep.
But if I take some, like, I microdose and I dance, like I will dance until I'm dripping sweat. And I have a new invention.
Ankle weights now. Now ankle weights. Put the ankle weights on and slow it down. See what I'm saying? Now you can get the rubber band. Pull it.
Yeah.
Dance with the rubber band. Each one. Get the weight vest on. Just dance with the weight vest. And now the slower you go, the more you're going to grow. And you like that. As long as you get that stress in your body, then you're breathing, deep breathing, it's going to start feeling in, and you're going to start going in deep and getting in those natural oxytocins are going to come out, those endorphins are going to come out, and it's going to be lit. But you know what? When you start getting deeper into this and mixing it with the breathing, and then you'll start getting into different psychedelics. Because right now we're mainly talking about psilocybin. There's other psychedelics
breathing can be psychedelic.
Stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I started using my grandson because it was fun too.
Yes.
And we're connecting that way physically. That wasn't something that I learned growing up. So this is something that I hope that he'll learn, that being physically fit is really important, because if I don't have this body, then I don't have life.
That's right.
That's so right. Yeah, like, but this is the first time I've actually heard somebody talk about utilizing it, for other, like I hear people talking about psychedelics for, getting, tripping, overcoming stuff, but like not necessarily like doing physical stuff. I have a weight bar too, like it's just only 5 pounds, but it's a staff.
It's enough.
Yeah, and I have like a ball, and I have a new invention that it hasn't been invented yet, but it's a flow toy that I use. And it's kind of like Tai Chi. That's what I kind of equate it to, but it's with basically a toy.
Yes.
So yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
If you got a treadmill, dance backwards on the treadmill.
I could walk backwards, but treadmills make me faint.
Yep. Okay. So all right. So
I could walk
backwards and dance.
Yeah.
Walk backwards and dance.
Oh yeah, and especially if I go to last Tuesday, a woman saw me, and her birthday is in March too. And she was a Black woman, I'm a white woman. And she came across the room, a big, a crowd of white people, hippie white people in, a dance space. And she was like, girl, you were hitting it. She invited me to go out 3 times this month to different hip hop bars to go dancing. I was like, what? Yes.
Yes. That
was awesome. I'm like,
absolutely. Enjoy.
Let it go. Enjoy it. Yeah.
Man,
I don't know if I'd be able to do that without psychedelics.
Yep, this is it. You know what I mean? This is it. So, you're in your 50s, so look, if you live to be 100 years old, you're 100% through your life, and look at how many people live to be 100 years old and how much what the life is, even when they start hitting that 80 to 90 years old, you know what I mean? It's not necessarily the same life that we would enjoy, that we're talking, that our perceptions mostly are thinking of, right? So, therefore, we would like to take advantage of every moment. That's one reason why I'm against a lot of these guys where they're like, the 10-minute workout, the 5-minute workout. No, I want to be working out and moving as long as possible. Trust me.
Right.
Because the minute it's an 8-minute and 10-minute workout,
I've been on the bench enough in my life.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for sharing that. I really appreciate it. It's very inspiring, seeing another person, older than their 20s and 30s, talking about being physically fit and utilizing, plant medicine to do that. Because in my own brain, in my own body, that was a challenge to get through. And when I realized that I could even just do microdosing, it helps alleviate some of my my motivation issues, and two, being seen, doing that. I mean, I don't know why I'm telling you this, but anyway,
I love it.
Being seen, and especially being a bigger person. I'm 5'4" and 300 pounds. I mean, people are like, no way, and I'm 53 and they're like, no way. But it's hard to be, it's to take up that much space and to be seen moving. My movement might not look the same as what I see in my head.
No, but I can tell you that also, obviously, I used to, I'm coming down from 400 pounds, and now I'm down to 300. And I can tell you that one, with the diet, and also the psychedelics tell you how to overcome these things, because so when you get older and you lose weight, and you're doing it, in particularly with people do a lot of fasting, that's when you have a lot of that sagging skin. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
then
you get people that are like, man, I'm so happy I lost the weight, but then like, oh my goodness, but I don't want to take my clothes off because I don't have to, I'm like,
I used to weigh over 400 pounds.
Okay.
Yeah. I used to weigh over 400 pounds.
So for that to happen, for that to have no skin, for that saggy skin to happen,
I've seen it.
You have to continually do many reps and hold the reps and many reps.
Right.
Okay. And you can do that because you are alive. So that's what you have to keep. Remember, you can do that. Now, you may have to do them in different forms to get the strength, but you can do them. Okay,
Sure.
without a shadow of a doubt, you can't, because you're alive. Okay, so I mean,
Right.
because if you had to go to the bathroom, you'd have to be going back and forth to the bathrooms. That would be the training. Okay, and if I put a treadmill and had a upward tilt for you to go to the bathroom each time, you'd have to do it. Okay, so you can absolutely do it. And setting up that token economy is also important. So if you're gonna do your maybe if it's a wonderful session or you have something that you truly enjoy, guess what? You're no touching that truly enjoyment until you get that
Ooh.
really hard
Ooh.
training session
Ooh.
done. And if you cry about it, now the psychedelics need to do well with it because you already have a reward. So for me, sometimes it's like, my wives are like, hey, what do you want to do? And they know I love steak. So they're like, man, you're gonna have to go out and get a nice T-bone or a nice tomahawk steak. So I'm like, okay, now to get a tomahawk steak in Thailand in particularly, okay, you have to order 45 minutes ahead of time, and it's pretty expensive at this steakhouse. But I say, okay, I will have to do, when I do my 1,000 reps, 30 minutes time under tension, I will get a steak, and they say it's got to be a hard exercise. So I'll pick something like squats and plank in the plank position, okay,
Oh
which
my
is something
gosh.
so ridiculous. Yes, and right off of the bat, my legs are burning because the mind muscle connection. My legs are burning. Everything's going off right. However, it is time to take the magic mushroom tea, do some deep breathing, see when my refraction period is down to at least a minute and a half or 2 minutes, and I'm good to go, and let's go. Blah, 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 blah. And each time when the brain starts going that central nervous system fatigue, otherwise known as the man or the woman that says, hey, let's stop, let's just get this. Now I just do the breathing and breathe right through it and just keep going. And remember, I've got the wonderful music going.
Yeah.
It truly, truly is. I truly believe you are measuring your psychological use based on how much people would like to put that time under tension in for training, because it has nothing to do with running a marathon. It has to do how much time under tension are you doing? How much training are you actually doing? So when I see many people that are experimenting with psychedelics and they're not doing the physical fitness side of psychedelics, I know that they're truly not doing the psychedelics, okay? Because that's already stopping them. It's like one of my buddies, he had a website he was opening up for helping people with mental illness, and he was an alcoholic. And I was like, you probably want to overcome yours before you tell people how to overcome theirs. You guys are both on the same thing. And then he was overweight. And I'm like, this is your journey. Once you fix that, then you know how hard it is for other people to go through that journey. Or then you can teach them that journey and you can show them. And definitely psychedelics, well, it makes that journey much more easier. You're doing it with a nice, wonderful, wool moccasin sock on your foot. You know what I mean? As you're running through the mountains, and mountains on with rocks and glass on the ground, right? It's comfortable. So absolutely should be enjoying that. This is, none of us, hey, that's all we can do is enjoy it.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you so much, Bob.
Yes, thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
we're at the hour.
Thank you.
So I
Okay.
just want to say thank you. And do you have any last parting words for people on the subject of Black people and psychedelics?
Hey, everyone in the psychedelics, absolutely. African Americans, to people out there, please use psychedelics. Please use it to overcome. Let's use it for some physical fitness. I mean, really, even in the Black community, definitely the Black women community, we're rather large. Blacks in general were large. Let's use these things to increase our health. Let's really go forth and do something. Nothing wrong with using some psychedelics and have a little bit of music and enjoying.
Yeah.
So lovely being here. And definitely, if anybody want to reach out to me, it's at Bob Sapp Official on Instagram. You can get the blue check mark. I also have it on Facebook and all that other stuff, but just the blue check mark will definitely give it to you, because there's so many fakes out there. So you probably want to be safe with at Bob Sapp Official and then getting everything else. And
Thank you
yes,
so much
that's
for
it.